Hang with my freestyle. We were almost on time. We
Yeah,
just missed it.
we're more on time today than we've ever been.
That's true, dude.
What's going on, everybody? If
You
you're
just got back
jumping
from
in,
Austin.
I did get back from. I did just get back from Austin. It was fun. Had a good time, and I'm glad to be jumping into this event. This is fun. We had 1,000 people register, so it should be a nice turnout. And we haven't done one of these in a while, so it should be fun.
It's been a while. It's been a while. And I'm happy to see that you're still loving all of your Marvel and DC comics, dude. I love your background.
I mean, listen, I'm not gonna turn on my comic loving, I don't know I'm always a big kid at heart. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
What's
I like
going
it,
on?
man.
What's going on with you?
Nothing. Look, I've got my Thor hammer right here. It doesn't
Oh, that's nice. Is that a
work
new
though.
one? Did you just get that?
I did, but I can't find a place to change the batteries yet. I think I have to screw the top off.
Well,
And then
maybe
add
you're
the
not,
battery.
maybe you're not, what is it? What is it? Maybe you're not, what's the
I don't
one?
want to.
What is it? If you can't lift it, what is it?
Oh yeah, I got you. Then maybe
What is it? I can't remember what worthy.
I'm
Thank
not
you.
worthy.
Maybe you're not worthy. Hey everyone, thanks for jumping into Conquer the Market Winning Strategies for Agents. We have a cool lineup today. We got Box Brownie, Chime, Ylopo, Follow Up Boss, Real Geeks, Power ISA, Red X, Rooster, and me, Nick Baldwin, and Tristan Almada from Lab Code Agents. So thanks for being here, everybody. We appreciate you taking the time to learn about cool tech and how it can help you take market share. That's what we're all about, right, Tristan?
I love it, man. Well, let's get started. Who's our
Well, hold on.
first?
Before we start, I just want to say we got a bunch of giveaways today too, and we have a lot of offers from our guests. So pay attention to each session because the giveaways are going to be based on whether or not you're paying attention.
So
right?
if I'm listening, like we've got Brad on here from Box Brownie. If I'm listening to what Brad's saying, you're gonna ask me a question about what Brad said, and if I answer it right, then I get a gift, or you're gonna choose from everyone
Well,
that
no,
answers.
we're gonna say we're not gonna make it that hard, right?
Oh, okay, got it.
We're just gonna ask what your biggest takeaway was from this session.
Oh, got it. It's
And I
not gonna
think
be like, what's Brad wearing?
it's not going to be what's the square root of 9? If there is a square root, I don't even know if there is. I'm 18. What's the square root of 18? It's not going to be what equals X or anything like that. You know what I mean? It's going to be, what were your takeaways from the session with Box Brownie? And
Got it.
I think it's the first 3 people that type in the chat on Zoom, or if you're watching on Facebook, if it's
Got
the first
it.
3 people, and correct me if I'm wrong, Sandra or Case, correct me if I'm wrong. We choose all 3 or just one of the 3? Remind me. I can't remember. There's so many rules. All 3. So, okay. Yeah. The first 3 people to drop their takeaways in the chat will win prizes. So
Math rules.
And yeah, yes, I can't even. Too much math. So
I don't know if I'd rehire us again, but we're here. So
let's go. Brad has been traveling the world for the last month. I just saw him at Mega Camp, and he's still in Austin, and I think he's going back to Australia for 5 days and then going back to America. It's crazy, this guy, all over the world. I can't, it gives me so much anxiety to think about that. So let's start. Okay. Let's introduce Brad. And I always screw up your name. Filipponi.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Nick. Yeah, Filipponi. Thank you.
Filipponi. Brad is one of the co-founders of Box Brownie, which we loved Box Brownie from way back in the day when they first started out and they were doing virtual staging, but now they're doing so many other things. So we love Box Brownie. Thanks for being here, Brad.
Thanks for having us, Nick. It was great to see you. I think it was yesterday, day before yesterday.
Yeah, you don't even know what day it was. It was yesterday.
Mate, I've done about 10 conferences in the last month and a half. We travel the world. We've got clients in 117 paying countries, based out of Australia. Very, very grateful. We're a self-funded business who actually really loves the industry, and we're super grateful to be obviously partnering up with yourselves and just doing what we do all around the world. So thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks for being here, man. So Brad, you're going to talk about the future of real estate marketing, unlocking the potential of your smartphone. You're going to talk about this new app that Box Brownie has. That's pretty awesome. You demonstrated it for me briefly yesterday.
Yes.
So let's talk about that.
Yeah, sure. And look, if you could let me share my screen, that would be lovely, team. I've got a bit of a slide deck today. I am really pumped to do it. I'm just working out now. Here we are. Cool. So thank you, team. I'm just sharing my screen right now. Before I begin, I can talk the house down. Can you see my screen okay, everyone?
Brad,
yes,
it
looks beautiful.
We can see your screen. And just so you know ahead of time, anything you've got to sell, we're going to buy because we love your accent. So there's that. There you go.
It does help, mate, especially when we travel the US. We've got a visual product, and the Aussie accent always does help. So look, and I'll keep it in mind. I've got roughly sort of 20 minutes left, or maybe 15, to sort of talk about what we have to keep this show all in motion. So let me get into it, everyone. I'm super pumped. So yes, my name is Brad. I'm from a company called boxbrownie.com. We are the world's leading real estate photo retouching service for realtors all around the world. So think Photoshop on demand on photos you've taken or your property photographer's taken as well. We can really work on any image on any device that we're sent, which is really, really cool. So in a nutshell, most of our edits are back overnight. Virtual staging, a fun fact, we actually process, and I'm proud to say this, the most virtual staging out of any company in the entire world. Based out of Australia, pretty stoked on that. Our business is built for scale. So if you're a big organization out there who needs their marketing cleaned up, Box Brownie's got your back. What's super cool is we have no subscriptions with our service. I don't think we ever will, because we try and be the fair guys in the industry. Obviously, the markets change. I'm not going to lock you down on a subscription on something that you may not use. And every house is different and really needs different types of marketing, right? So the no subscription a la carte style suits all of our customers, and I know they're very grateful for it. Next thing, unlimited changes. So if you need any reworks, as they call it, or need something changed to the edits we've done, totally free. No questions asked. We'll fix it for you, get it back to you as soon as we can. That's our guarantee. Of course, there's real service. We are a website, but we're real people running it behind the scenes. We're actually translated into 4 different languages, which a lot of people probably don't realize, and that's 24/7. The website literally is open all day, all night, doesn't even matter where you're located in the world. We've got English, of course, Japanese, French, and also Spanish, 24/7 customer support, which is pretty cool. So another fun fact there for you. Probably the most important thing I want to touch on as well is you own the copyright. So I know there's a lot of businesses out there that sort of hold on to that. At Box Brownie, we're a free spirit. We want you to have everything. And of course, you own the copyright. So we just want to do awesome work and flick it straight back to you as quick as we can. So you own the copyright. Don't forget that. So as I said, we've got clients now in 117 paying countries. I've actually got roughly now 400 staff running this website behind the scenes. And we have over 2,000 editing teams going on top of that. So there's a lot going on under the hood, let's call it. We are a website, we're a pretty decent size now. And as I said, we're totally self-funded. No VC has been taken. So I'm very, very proud to say that. But what I'm here to talk to you about, that's the Box Brownie recap. We have an iPhone app out. Like, think real estate photographer in your pocket. I'm allowed to say that because I've been a real estate photographer for close to 20 years now. I am the founder of the company, boxbrownie.com. I came up with the idea roughly 10 years ago. I even bought the domain that long ago, and I had a dream. And this dream has now morphed into what it is now. And I won't lie, I actually feel like I've been building Box Brownie for over a decade to support this smartphone app. So hear me out, all right? So the iPhone app is called Snap, 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 all one word. You're probably thinking, is it on Android? Not yet, but it is coming soon, okay? So stay tuned there. We had to get it right on one platform first so we could replicate it over here. And Androids have about 150 cameras we need to hack into, which is pretty nuts. So my dev team is working hard on that. It is happening. Stay tuned. If you're on our, EDMs, you're going to know first up when it's available. So I wanted to kick off with this statement. This is a huge statement, and shooting with smartphones is not taboo anymore. So if you hear it from anyone, I'm telling you, don't believe the hype. I'm going to tell you that Sony, about a year ago, released this statement saying in 3 years, which is now 2 years, the DSLR will be killed off because of smartphone cameras. That's a bold claim, but that's not from me. That's from Sony. I know everyone's heard of Sony. So I'm going to tell you right now, the future is here right now. So let me sort of show you some cool examples. I'm going to tell you a bit of storytelling, around it, and I'm going to let you be the judge, all right? But really quickly, much like Box Brownie, Snap, 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 it's free to download. There's no costs. You're going to get killer results. We've got the same 24/7 customer support. And look, it's going to save you time, money, and so much effort. So can't wait to get into it. What's really cool about it, it's a world first in a couple of ways, all right? World first. Once again, another world first from boxbrownie.com. You can take a photo. We can give it an image enhancement, which is 17 Photoshop tasks. We'll get into that a little bit more later on. You can remove items. You can do virtual staging off your phone. It's like knockout quality. Seriously, like no computer needed anymore if you don't have one, but everyone's got one. And you can also do our data dusk, which is our twilight effect. So let me get into some imagery, but what it does, it's a simple, easy button, push button system, right? And it does bracketing or HDR photography. You may have heard that term from your photographer, but I'm going to sort of tell you and explain it in my eyes. But what it does is you need a tripod to get this effect. We have a handheld mode. So if you don't have a tripod yet and want to try it, or you do forget your tripod on the day, put it in handheld mode. It'll take a single shot. But if you've got the tripod, please use it. Please use it because I want the best results for you. So what it's going to do is take shots like you're seeing on the screen at different lighting ranges, right? All at the push of a button. And then you get this effect right here. So see how you can clearly see that window detail outside? That is the Box Brownie Snap, Snap, Snap difference. A lot of photographers I see here in the US and beyond have images, which I'm going to show you quite soon, where you actually can't see that view clearly outside. In Australia, it's a big no-no. If you shot like that, you wouldn't get a call again. And I'm here to change the standards in property marketing globally. Everything's ethical with what Box Brownie does. As I said, you do need a tripod. And the other clamp thing is what holds your phone onto the tripod. Manfrotto do a great setup, and so does a business called Joby, Joby. I'm going to give that these links to the lads afterwards and the LCA crew, but I'll keep moving forward because I don't want to hold anyone up. But bracketing, it looks like this, right? So fun fact, another fun fact is what you're looking at here is the bracketing sequence, or HDR, high dynamic range photography. We take snippets out of each shot. Don't mind my hand as well, because that's actually a trick. So you can actually shade the sun if you're shooting into it, and then we turn it, we put sky over it. And anyway, in a nutshell, still going through the brackets. That's the end result, shot on an iPhone, a $1.60 edit. I'm sure you'll agree it looks pretty damn fantastic. And look, another fun fact, ladies and gents, is it took us 3 years to build this app. And I'll tell you why. That's actually taken 7 photos, all at different lights. But Mel, my business partner, absolute genius. It actually takes 70 micro brackets. So it's actually taking 70 micro brackets using Apple's camera algorithm to get that effect. Like, isn't that red hot? As a photographer, I feel like I'm playing a game and I put the cheat modes in it actually doesn't feel real when I use this app. And I'm not just saying that, I totally mean that from the heart. But look, here's a couple of reasons to use Snap, Snap, Snap. I'm sure you can work it out already, but it's super easy. It is the push button system. You don't need any fancy knowledge, no photography know-how, nothing like that, no computer. It is just point and shoot, I promise. It's super fast. So think you're in a regional area, right? You know, a lot of the time, a quality or even a real estate photographer, you can't get them. They're not in town. You can now get photos as good as any, you know, city or metro area. You're going to get your photos back really fast, overnight for pretty much every edit. And we guarantee 2 days for virtual staging. Obviously, it's going to help you win listings. You're going to have great quality marketing. Here in the US, obviously, the realtor pays for the marketing. In Australia, it's a bit different. The actual homeowner pays for the marketing, so it's a bit different. But over here, I know that the realtors see value straight away. But I'm going to give you another red hot tip. So it actually can win you listings, and I'm going to show you how. So before you go to your listing appointment, take a photo of the house like so. This is an overcast day, right? Snap off a shot. Do our day to dusk effect. It's only $4, right? From this to this. And when you go present this to the homeowners and go, look, this is the cost effective and you know, different ways I can help you market your property. And this is just one example, right? And they're going to be thinking, damn, Brad, damn, Tristan, how did you do this? You know what I mean? And that's your secret weapon right there. It's a good point of entry. It's a great first impression. And that's just a really simple another tip of how this could help you moving forward. Obviously, it's going to speed up your workflow. There's no computer necessary. All you need is a tripod. As I said, please use it. You don't have to, but I'm telling you, please use it. Please invest in a tripod. It's all you need for this, and you're going to get great results. So here is a gentleman. He's been using Snap, Snap, Snap in Australia since launch. His name's Lucas. He is from my hometown. It's a really cool, informative video on how it works. I'm going to show you some before and after examples. I'm going to walk you through how to use the app, and then we are all done, ladies and gentlemen. So now it's all visual. I'm going to take it over to Lucas, and hopefully you can hear this sound. Here we go.
My name's Lucas Scammell from Direct Agents, part of the Direct Collective, and I'm here to talk to you today about Snap, 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 which is a new app that we've been trialing now for a number of weeks. I can't tell you how much of a game changer I believe this app is. Literally, you download it to your phone, you bring it to the property that you're wanting to take the photos of, and you point and shoot. All the settings have been preset for you, so anybody can use this app and take quality photos. The process is you bring the phone to the property, you point and shoot. You can then upload the photos of the property to Box Brownie for editing, and you can have them back that same day. The turnaround time's that quick. And what I can tell you is the photos are just as good as any professional photographer. I think the biggest game changer for this app is time to market. We've used a lot of photographers, and the good photographers always seem to be used by multiple agents, therefore busy. And sometimes you're working to their schedule to fit in a shoot. And as I said, the biggest game changer I think with this app is time to market. I can sign a Form 6, whether the property be for sale or for rent, and immediately afterwards, I can take some photos that are professional photos and have them back ready to market within 24 hours. So I'm working on my own schedule, and I think for any agent, that's going to be appealing to the client when you can say that you can turn around some professional photos and have their property listed within 24 hours. So can't speak highly enough of it, and I would encourage any agent to give it a try, and I think you'll agree with me that it'll be a game changer.
So he does say game changer a lot. I didn't tell him to say that, I promise. And look, I honestly feel that this is a game changer, ladies and gents. I really feel that this app is going to be the new normal in property marketing. A, if you're not using a photographer, and B, you're not using Snap, 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 you are just doing yourself injustice. You know what I mean? That is totally my opinion. I just want to, say as well, we're not here to steal photographers' work, nothing like that. I know a good real estate photographer. I'm still one now. Like, you are so paramount to any realtor's business. Don't ever forget that. You are so important. Like, you are the first step in any marketing schedule when listing a house. So never think this app is here to replace you. This is just another option for realtors out there who are time poor, who don't have time to play to and fro and try and book a busy photographer. This is just the second best option to a real photographer out there. So I just want to point that out. But look, I'm going to go over the 4 edits. I'm going to show you how to upload a photo. I'm really mindful of the time because I don't want to go over. But look, here's that image I spoke about before. See, a single shot like this, you can't see outside the window. A lot of US marketing I see is like this. If I shot like this in Australia, I'd be fired in a heartbeat, all right? But check this, 3, 2, 1. See how you can clearly see that window detail outside? This is a canal, deep waterfront property on the water. That's the selling point. If you're marketing like this, you're doing it injustice, and I'm sure we all know why, all right? Let me just breeze through these. We can touch up the sky, touch up the grass. This is all $1.60. You'll get this back overnight. Any dark areas of the home, we can lighten and brighten it. We do 17 Photoshop tasks for that amount of money. We'll even replace the sky outside and add it in. This is all the bracketing and the powerful of it. We'll even remove your photographer's reflection, e.g. the camera and the person, out of your shots. That is standard in our $1.60 edit. So that's image enhancement. Remember, this is all off your phone, ladies and gents. Data dusk. So this is our twilight effect. We showed you this earlier. This is where we can take a daytime photo, make it look like it's shot at night, add in a beautiful sunset that just makes things look deliciously good, right? Like, just think the kids are in bed. Let's go to here. We'll light the fire. You know, it just creates that vibe, right? And, you know, NAR web stats say that the dusk photo will get you 4 times more clicks as your hero shot on your property portal. So that's a National Association of Realtors statistic. I'm sure you can see why, right? We'll even remove pool cleaners in the pool, as you can see, as part of that $4 edit. Okay, so pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. And I got more tricks up my sleeve, everyone. But this is data dust. Some people call it a twilight effect. Whatever you want to call it, you can pick a sunset. We'll pick it for you. Whatever works. Item removal, right? Everyone thinks we're magicians. Like, so many realtors out there don't know you can remove clutter from your photos. So you might have something in your shot that doesn't suit your marketing, e.g. check out the painting, right? So, you might think, hey, I've got to get rid of it. We can do it for you. 1 or 2 small items is $4, right? If you want to remove all the clutter from the photo, we can do that. It's going to cost you $8 per image. It's back overnight. This is all done directly through the app. You don't have to sync your phone to your computer, nothing like that. It's all in the app. It's super cool. Cheat mode activated, trust me. So that's item removal. I'm just going to breeze through these. Of course, even items you have no control over, e.g. the signboard, a car in the driveway, bins, whatever that is, we can remove it for you. Okay, all in the app. Pretty cool, but I'll keep moving. Virtual staging, huge buzzword in the industry. We are the market leaders at it. Very proud to say that. Remember, Box Brownie processes the most virtual staging in the entire world. We can do 360 photos as well for your virtual tours and Matterport, but we're talking snap here directly off your phone. Okay, so look, another Forbes statistic, staged homes will sell for 17% more on average than a non-staged home, and 95% of staged homes will sell in 11 days or less. I'm sure we all know why. You know, a vacant listing can look cold and empty. By adding virtual staging, it brings it to life. It's super cool, right? So I'm going to show you the process quick. That's the raw shot. That's the $1.60 edit. You know, from this to this, you always want to brush it over. Always brush it over. And then you're looking at virtual staging on an iPhone 11 right there. Pretty damn cool, if you ask me. Buyer beware, if you do try and outsource this work, you can get some bad work back. Boxbrownie.com is all about ethical marketing. I can hear the boys laughing, but I'm sure we've all seen these on the bad MLS photos. Don't be that person, okay? Don't be that guy, don't be that lady who does this sort of thing. Boxbrownie.com, we're all about ethical marketing. We'll never put a chandelier or a fixture like a shelf where it shouldn't be, because that's misleading. Furniture can come in and out. Things that we also do as well is we don't have white outlines around the models. They're not floating. They're not on a lean, you know, if you know what I mean. Anything like that.
You know, I don't think it's fair to use Tristan's photos as examples of bad staging.
He had none others, dude. Those are the worst. He just went to the MLS.
But I have a question, Brad. Would you say this is a game changer?
Well, Lucas thinks it is, and yeah, mate. I think it is too, mate. I honestly do. And I mean that straight from the heart. Like
I know, I'm just teasing.
iPhone quality. As soon as I saw the iPhone 11 with a wide angle lens, I was like, dude, this is a game changer. I'm like, I know where this is going. And then I used an old app back in the day that could bracket, and I unlocked it, and I'm like, we need to build this. And with what my business partners created with our beautiful development team, we build everything in house too, by the way, on the Sunshine Coast in Queensland. Represent. Really
Yeah.
proud. It's super cool. But look, I'll keep moving forward because I don't want to go over, gents. Virtual staging, super cool, all off your phone. Item removal and virtual staging we can do. It's super cool, right? With your staging, you don't have to do the whole house. 1 to 6 photos is enough, okay? And look, let me compare my old digital camera, pro camera, to a phone, right? Vacant room. We're going to turn this into an office home study. That's the phone. That's the digital camera, unedited. Now let's go the digital camera edit and the phone.
Yeah.
Digital camera, phone. Remember Sony's statement, the future is here now. So I'm pretty much done, team. Have I got another minute or so? I know we had a bit of an intro.
Oh, one question for you, Brad. Can you add or remove snow? Canada has
that's
some
a good question. Someone was asking that.
Yeah. So look, we do a lot of that. We call it a season change in Box Brownie HQ. Yes, it can be done. But remember, we clone parts of the image. So, if this wall was behind me, we can clone that to remove the artificial couch that's behind me as my background. Let's call it light snow, not a problem. Heavy snow, we need to know what's behind it, if that makes sense. But yes, we can. Yes, we can.
The only problem I see with that, though, is the issue is you need to really make sure that the grass will actually look like that when the snow melts and the seasons change, because that's where agents get in trouble. Like, putting grass in a picture where grass is not there, and then someone buys the home, the grass grows, and it doesn't look like that. It's not green enough, right? You could get in a lot of trouble that way. So I would say if you're taking a listing and it's going to be listed in winter and you're able to take that listing before the snow comes, I would say take the photos of the outside as soon as possible. And then you guys can fix the grass,
it's all about being ethical. But yeah, thanks, Nick, for pointing that out. Like you know the property better than us. If let's say we get it back and the grass is different than what would grow there, let us know. We'll fix it for free. Give us a reference photo. Same with virtual staging. If you want a certain type of furniture, give us a reference photo, because we can add that in. Like, it helps us read your mind, if that makes sense.
I would also say this with the sunset photos or the twilight photos. Make sure you tell Box Brownie where the sun sets, because if the sun doesn't set behind the home and you have it setting behind the home, you're going to get in trouble. So
100%.
Make sure that you know the direction the home is facing in terms of the sun.
So that was another great takeaway, team. Who knows, that could be part of the prize pack, just saying. But yes, as default, mate, we don't put a sun in there for that reason.
Right.
So it gives our clients the best chance of, not getting in trouble. But if you know where the sunset is, let us know. If you want it in there, everything is customizable, team. You tell us what you want, we deliver. That's the Box Brownie word.
Cool. Hey, we're gonna do a giveaway. If you're on what happened? Did I interrupt? I just want to keep it moving.
Go.
So for a chance to win one Box Brownie gift card and an Amazon gift card that you could use towards a tripod, right? What were your biggest takeaways? Go. The first two people win. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. The first, Tristan.
The first two, I think one.
The first two. Well, Box Brownie's giving away two, so we're gonna do two. Okay. Paula and Anaruma says Box Brownie does commercial also. Data Dusk is great. Tripod preferred. And Diane Stone, no subscription, quick turnaround, point and shoot, virtual staging. So Paula and Diane. So Case, how do we get them in touch with you? You gonna just reach out to them? Let us know.
Yes, we'll reach out to them. Yep.
Cool. Paula and Diane. Congratulations. You guys were quick.
I didn't even see it.
I mean, you gotta pay attention, Tristan.
Lightning. That's what I heard. Lightning. I
Thank
saw
you for
lightning.
watching.
Brad, thank you so much, man. This is definitely a game changer. So we appreciate you. We appreciate Australia and Box Brownie.
Yes, we appreciate
for having me,
Australia.
everyone.
Yes,
Thank you so
Australia,
much. I appreciate
buddy.
everyone. My email's on the screen. Reach out. We've got another superstar on next. I can see his awesome face now. We're just hanging out in Austin together. Bought him some barbecue yesterday. So, helping out fellow vendors, mate. You know what I mean? That's how we roll, brother.
Hey, if I gotta follow somebody, it's gonna be Brad from Box Brownie, man. I'll follow you.
That's so good. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Brad.
Pleasure. Thank you. Bye, everyone. Enjoy the show. Woo!
See ya. All right, we've got Gary Parker with us from Chime. What's up, man? Your
How are
session
you?
is titled The Science of Lead Conversion, Combining Effective Messaging and Powerful Tech. For those out there, we use Chime and we love Chime. We love the AI. We love the smart plans. We love the in-depthness of it. So we're excited to have you on, Gary. You ready
I
for this?
appreciate it. Yeah, I'm ready,
You're
man.
gonna
Let's
need
do
you're
this
gonna
thing.
need to use an Australian accent going forward.
Yeah.
Oh, all
All
right.
of
Good
us.
on you. Well, this is Gaza. How are you?
Oh, wow, good.
Dude,
That
that's
was a
actually
little-
pretty good. Holy cow.
Yeah, that was
I
actually
lived
pretty
in
good.
Sydney for a while. Yeah. That's pretty good.
Oh,
Not
damn,
bad.
dude.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I get along with Brad so well. So
That-
yeah, there he
Brad
is.
says
What's up,
Brad
baby?
posted in the chat. He says that that was pretty good.
Yeah, there
Gary,
you go.
does the phrase game changer mean anything to you?
Yeah,
Game
is
changer.
Chime a game changer? Because
Chime-
Box Brownie, yeah, it's a game changer.
Yeah, I'm going to use game changer at least 3 times in this pitch here. So you got
Okay,
it,
good.
man. It's gonna happen.
Okay, here you go.
Okay.
The floor,
Well,
the
hey,
floor
guys.
is yours, Gary.
Thanks for joining us. Chime is a game changer. That's one. My name is Gary. I'm your Chime guy, and I'm stoked to be here. I've been in marketing automation, inside real estate and outside real estate for about 20 years now. Worked at HubSpot, worked at a bunch of other places. And I'll tell you that there are a couple things that people do all the time. It doesn't matter what your industry is. They go out there and they try to get 100 leads. When they do, 2 of them are hot, 5 of them are okay, and the other 90, whatever that is, because I'm not an accountant, suck. But they tend to take those sucky leads and throw those away, even though they just spent how much money generating those leads, right? So it's about staying in front of everybody with a relevant message that positions you as an industry expert, because I promise you, those apples will ripen and eventually be sweet. But you have to do something to really be the game changer that you want to be. That's 2. Just trying to get those out of the way. Okay, so it says I can't share my screen. I don't know if you do that for me or if I need permission there.
Oh, we'll get you there, Gary. Give us a second. We're
Right
gonna
on.
make
Yeah,
you a host right now.
Yeah.
There you are.
All right. So in regards to what we're talking about today, it is the science of effective messaging and lead conversion. Because if you capture those leads and you stay in front of them on a regular basis, if what they're opening is irrelevant, then the odds of them continuing to open that are going to be nil. The analogy I use is if I walk onto a car lot with my 10 kids and I tell you I'm looking at a van, I leave and you tell me all about the new Corvette. It's beautiful, but it's absolutely not something that's going to be that's going to work for me. So we need to stay in front of those people, and we need to make sure that what they're getting is important and interesting to them. Now, step number 1 is you have to reach out to somebody within 30 minutes. There's a statistic. I've heard lots of different numbers, but the most recent one I heard is over 80% of people choose the first realtor that they speak to. That's huge. So you have to be in front of them. Now, you have to be in front of them in multiple ways. Just getting an email to them is not going to work. Even just making that phone call, because you don't know if they're in the middle of their office day, they're killing time looking at pretty houses, right? You need to be in front of them, and you need to be in front of them quickly and often. And another thing that I get, a lot of the pushback I get on that piece is, I don't want to appear overly aggressive. There's a way to stay in front of somebody often. There's a way to get in front of them quickly without coming across as the sleazy car guy in my analogy, okay? There's tonality that's important. There's keeping it brief. There's letting them know that the reason you're reaching out to them is not to sell a house necessarily. It's to find out what they're trying to do so that you can hold their hand and walk down that path with them, whether they're a week away or they're a year away. Letting them know that you really care about them and what their journey is, and you're going to get on the other side of the table and walk out with them, okay? The second is make 12 to 16 attempts to your contact within the first 10 days of getting that lead info. Again, that doesn't mean just emails, and it doesn't mean just text messages or phone calls. It means all of them. It means sending an email immediately when that lead comes in. 2 minutes later, a text goes out that says, hey, I just sent you an email. And then a notification on your phone to give them a call to introduce yourself. Then the next day, you reach out, you send a text, you make a call, whatever that is. And then the next day, and then the next day. And then after, say, 3 or 4 days, it's okay to pad a day in between. And then after a week, it's okay to pad a couple of days in between. But what you never do is you never throw that lead away, because again, you spend a ton of money to get it. So you put that into your nurture campaign. And we'll talk about what effective messaging is in nurture campaigns later, but it's okay to go after them aggressively and daily and with multiple systems, and then give it a day, and then give it a couple of days. So you got to stay in front of them, because I promise you, the average salesperson, not just realtor, the average salesperson will reach out to somebody 2 to 3 times, but it takes 7 to 10 attempts to get somebody to be willing to have a conversation with you, whether that be a reply to your text or email, or actually picking up that phone and setting up a coffee date over at Starbucks. So it takes 7 to 10. Most people quit at 2 to 3. And it's the realtors who, again, make contact within 30 minutes and then make constant contact until they have somebody on the line there that they're having a conversation with. Next is the implementation of a daily schedule. That's another piece of what Chime does. So if you're not familiar with Chime, we're an all-in-one lead conversion engine. We do the 5 things that need to be done to get a lead to convert. The first one is attracting their attention, right? The second is capturing their information, because the last thing you want is for them to look, leave, and choose somebody else. We don't want to educate them for the competition, okay? So we're going to attract their attention. We're going to capture them. We're going to follow up on a regular basis and show them why they'd be crazy to choose anybody but you. We're going to get them as a customer. And then we're going to ask for their friends and family, because we did such a bang out job with them, right? That's the game changer. 3, I'm done saying that. So you need to implement a daily schedule. That's part of what Chime does.
Gary, were you sharing? Yeah, were you sharing something on the screen? Because I didn't see anything. I just wanted to make sure.
Are you on the lead conversion strategies? I'm still on that page. I'm often a chatter and not a switcher from pages here.
I don't see your screen. Are you?
I don't see your screen either.
Oh my gosh. Yes, I've been sharing. That is a wonderful thing to know that I'm not sharing. Let's see here. Go back to here. That's probably going to work, right?
We're getting there.
That works.
There we go.
All right.
Oh.
Well, luckily my words are magical. My words are magical, and hopefully they're clear, right?
I thought they were magical.
You know what? Sharing a screen is a game changer. I did it 4 times, Brad. What's up with that? All right. So anyway, contact within 30 minutes, 12 to 16 attempts. And you know what? Implement a daily schedule, because you've got a million things you're doing, or a million things that you want to be doing. The things you want to be doing are showing houses and making some money, right? Meeting new prospects. You want to be spending time with your family, but that doesn't negate the necessity of staying in front of these people. So it needs to be done. It needs to be done regularly. And inside Chime, we have a system called our Smart Plans. And Smart Plans are not just email campaigns. I hear it all the time. Already got a system that makes sure that these emails go out. Well, it's important to send emails, but again, it's more important to send text messages, because they're more effective. I want each of you to sit back and think about this for a second. When's the last time you left an email unread? All the time, right? You quickly skim past it, or you just close it out, or whatever it is. When's the last time you got a text message and you let the envelope sit on the top of your phone notification? Never. 100% of text messages are open. Now, are they going to reply to you? Not necessarily, but we know they saw something. They know that Tristan sent them something. So the odds of them reaching out to you, and you know what? It may be a reach out that says no, thank you. But guess what? We know that now, and we're not going to spend our time trying to get that dead wood to carve into a beautiful masterpiece. Okay. You're going to spend your time on the people that you should be spending your time on. So schedule those daily tasks. Now, the second thing that's important is to make sure that your messaging is relevant to what they're doing. I'll go back to that. And the way you do that is you have tons of calls to action in everything that you send. So the first call to action, of course, is the form that they're filling out. And we want to know as much as we can about them, but the more you ask, the less likely they are to fill it out. So what I suggest is we start small and then we progressively profile these people. So ask for a name and an email, and a phone number. Then the next time we send them an email, maybe you've got a link to Fixer Uppers, right? Maybe you've got a link to new builds, whatever it is. If they click on, I need a renovation project, what do we know about them now? We know that that's something that they want to do. They're looking to get something maybe at a lower cost that they can fix because maybe they're handy or they know somebody who is. Perfect example of how you could use Box Brownie, by the way, for those renovation photos, which are incredible. But once you know that, you can tailor the messaging. And that's what Chime's Smart Plan does. If they click on A, it takes them out of that basic follow-up that is generic to everybody, and it gets more specific. And every time a new home comes on the market that might be a fixer-upper, or if there's something in the news in the world of real estate that people who are looking for a project like that need to know, it can send that to them because they've been tagged as being interested in that thing. Okay, so stay in front of them on a regular basis, but with appropriate information. And Chime allows you to not only have those things pre-scheduled, but make sure that the right message goes to the right person at the right time. That's super, super important. And again, text messages, you have to include those because they're going to take a look at it. And even if your text message is a quick, hey, go look at your email, that's fine, but give them opportunity to do that. Let's see here. Why is my screen not slipping?
Let me show something really quick, man.
Please.
I'm going to steal your screen. Oh, Jacob, can you make me co-host so I can share my screen really quick? Because I'm going to share something on the Chime side. Let's see if that, there we go. Let me share with you. This is the back end of Chime. Gary, can you see it?
I can, yes.
Okay, perfect. So I've got Erica Brown here. And if we scroll to right here, we have their information, right, that we get through Chime. In this case, it's a Ylopo lead. We have information right here that we can use to now talk to them a little bit better, right? That's what he was referring to. It's like, let's use the information. So we have what, 4 to 6 months, no preference, wants weekly information. I don't own my own home, 3-bedroom, 2 baths, 1,500 square feet. And then if we dig in deeper, you can see what areas they're looking for. It looks like Woodland Hills in our area. Now I'm going to go over to text, what he's talking about. And now I can choose to text him. Here's a cool thing that he didn't even talk about yet, but Gary, I'm going to talk about it for you. He's got AI built into it, so I can decide what I want to put in here. If I can't imagine what I want to write, well, damn, let's just have it written out, and I can change it and tweak it, right? And so there's a lot you can do there. I would suggest that you personalize it exactly what Gary's talking about based on the information that they're giving you when they're coming in. So there you go.
Yeah, let me give you two, before I start sharing again, I'm gonna give you 2 examples of realtors who I think are kicking butt in this area. As far as like really knowing your client and being able to tag appropriately. The first one is, I have a realtor in the Bay Area, and when she is talking to the potential homeowners, she always brings up gardening, and then she slips in the question as to what their favorite flower is. She has a field inside Chime as to what her favorite flower is. When that home is purchased, on the 1-year anniversary of them purchasing that home, Chime automatically sends a message to a florist in their area with the contact information and a pre-written card, and it sends a bouquet of whatever their favorite flower is. She's completely automated that, so the flowers get out to the person. I think that's incredible. And then my other favorite one is when somebody does an open house. I have a realtor in the Chicago area, And when somebody comes into an open house and they fill out the form through our open house forms, it captures that lead. It marks them as having gone to the open house on 13 Johnson Lane or whatever it is. And then exactly 2 hours from the point that they do that, they receive a text message that looks like he just sent it, but everybody's getting it. They get a text message that says, hey, snuck away from everybody because I had to tell you what a pleasure it was to meet you. Let me know if you want to grab coffee this week. All it says sounds like they did that personally, and she is setting up more meetings than anybody that I can think of. And that was all automated. Everything I talked about was automated. So Chime is really a tool that does all the stuff that you know you're supposed to be doing, but you're not doing it enough, and you feel a little bit guilty about it. That's what, and you do get training with Chime when you get started. We make sure that you're up and running and that you understand what needs to be done. So you don't walk in there blindly. It is a jumbo jet, and if you've only ever flown a kite, we don't want you to crash. So for sure,
Point.
you know what I mean. So let me go back here. Where are we at? Okay, personalized. That's exactly what we were talking about. What are your favorite flowers? Do you have a dog? If I know you have a dog and I know your dog's name is Sally, on National Dog Day, wouldn't it be cool if you got a little text message with a dog video in it and it said, tell Sally I love her? You know what I mean? Like those kind of things. And that's how you keep that relationship going. You help them with the next transaction and they tell their cousin that they really need to use Tristan, right? Consistency is key. That's where the automation ensures that you never miss a beat. People don't fall through the cracks, and you didn't spend all that time and money to educate somebody for the competition. And then take a value first approach. What's in it for them, right? Not, you can tout yourself all you want and position yourself as the world's best, but by choosing the world's best, how is their experience going to be easier? How are they going to save money? How are they going to get the best property available? What are you going to do to market them that nobody else is going to be doing? And that could be your Chime system with our social media tools, our Chat GPT, the lead generation that we offer. So there's a lot of different things that you can show them. Hey, I'm not just going to talk the talk. Come here, let me show you how we're going to walk this thing. Lots of different options there. The smart plans we talked about with the emails and the text messages and the phone calls. Again, you can incorporate video in both emails and text messages. We allow you to send mass text messages as well as mass emails. And of course, those are all BCC'd. So if anybody replies, it only goes to you. But the ability to follow up with 50 people with one click of a button via text message after an open house, that's powerful stuff. The AI content creation, a lot of you, I would imagine, are using tools like ChatGPT, but you don't have to switch back and forth anymore. Just like Tristan showed you, you get into an email and there's a little magic wand and it will generate whatever you want based on the information we have on that person. If you wanted to do social media, check this out. Right here. I got to find the page here. Sorry, buddy. Okay, so let's say that this is your property that you're listing and you want to shoot this out to social media. You want to let everybody know. If you click on this one button right here, you just created a post with photos and a link back to your website and brief synopsis of this property. You've just created this and it connects.
We can't see anything except your slide. Yeah.
Oh, geez. Sorry, man. Here we go.
But I know exactly where you are because I use it. So I'm excited to show everyone.
There we go. Okay, can you see it now?
Now we can. Yes, there you go.
Okay, cool. So you let me go back because it takes 1 second here. You go into the listings page inside your Chime CRM, and then you choose the property that you want. And let's say this is your new listing and you want to let the world know. All you have to do is click on this one button one time, and it automatically creates a post for Facebook, for Instagram, for LinkedIn, for Twitter/X, and for Google My Business. And there's even a YouTube feature here. Now, if you don't like all the same photos, you can come in here and you can choose maybe one that you've downloaded through Box Brownie or whatever. So you can edit the photos that you're using and switch it up a little bit. But the words right here, if I don't want it to just say 317 Moreno Lane, I can click on here and then I can regenerate the response. I can rephrase it. I can summarize it. I can expand upon it. I can change the tone. So let's say we want it to be a little bit longer. I just click on the expand button. And then instead of having to go and drop that into my chat GPT, it will create a full page of that here. And I don't know if I'm having issues with my internet here. That's all. There you go. So we've just changed it from that one-liner to located at 317 Moreno Lane in this quaint and charming town of Sugarloaf, California, this stunning property. And it's pulled in all the information that is held within the MLS as well, because that information feeds directly into your Chime. So you can use the Chat GPT feature in the emails, in the text messages, in blogs, and then also in your social media. And with our Social Media Pro, you can actually have it where if you have a listing, it will automatically post for you when it's pending, when it's sold, if it's back on market. So it gets to every audience member that you want it to get to without you having to remember to do it. Everybody knows they need to do social. Nobody does enough of it. That's what Chime is about. Let us stir the pot for those 97 leads that might not be hot. You focus on your 3 good ones. And then eventually when the cream rises to the top, we send you a text message. We send you a notification in the Chime mobile application, and we send you an email. So you know 3 different ways immediately that somebody has gone from nothing to something, and then make that call within 30 minutes so that you have that 80% plus chance of being the agent that they choose. So
Thanks for showing this to us, dude. I love
of course,
this.
man.
I love that you went the extra mile to do that. I think we forget too that when people are looking at this, it's an all in one piece. So you've pieced it all together for us so that you simplified the process of us marketing. So thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome, man. Again, it does the stuff you know you're supposed to be doing and you don't do enough.
Question really quick. Does
Yep.
Chime post regular postings on social media? What does that look like?
Regular postings on social media? I'm not sure I
Yeah,
understand that question.
I would assume like just regular graphics or just like
Oh yeah,
whatever
you could
wanna post up.
yeah, you could create a social post that doesn't have to be listed to a particular property or what have you. Sure. Yeah. And then
Yeah.
always with the idea of driving them to a form, right? We want to capture that lead. We don't want them to just look.
You got it.
Always.
Gary, where do people go for pricing? I keep on getting that question.
Yeah, you can go to chime.me to find more information. And then they're also, you know what? I actually stopped sharing my screen. Let me share one page here because I have a QR code here that I was too quick to back out of. Let's see here. Oh, did I miss it? There it is. There you go. So scan that if you want more information. We love our LCA partnership here. You guys are incredible. I absolutely love Brad over at Box Brownie. I see a lot of the amazing speakers that you have coming today. And the cool thing is that we work with just about everybody because we realize that there's not one thing that does everything, right? But what we're trying to do is take those things that we can do and automate those so you can shake more hands and sell more houses. Really our goal.
Let me grab.
Are we
this
ready
so I
for a
know-
giveaway?
Yeah, so
Yeah,
I know
let's
what
do
the
this.
heck we're giving away here. Good. You ready, Nick? We got 3 giveaways this time.
Yeah, this is 3 people can win. I can talk about what we're giving away. This is for a t-shirt, a pen, a bottle opener. Wait, giveaway 1, 2, and 3. Hold on, I'm confused. So there's 3
We
different
got
giveaways.
three swag bags. Yeah, we got 3 bags of goodies.
Okay, so each person gets a different one, or how does
I
it work?
think the swag bags all contain the same thing, but it's a bunch of
okay.
things in the bag. Yeah.
3 bags. Okay, t-shirt,
Yeah.
pen, bottle, coffee mug, and a travel mug. So drop in the chat your takeaways. Okay, wow. All right, people are already ready to
They
go.
already knew what you were gonna
They had
say.
it queued up, guys.
We got to
They know the
change it to the
game
next
now.
one.
All right, Ben said the text messaging automation is integrated into the back end of the Chime platform. Social media click, which makes it easy to share your new listings. Social media platforms making it easier to connect with your CRM. So somebody who mentioned call prospect within 30 minutes. under Katrina Malit. That's not your who said that, because that's, remember the Zoom links were wrong. So type
Put
your
your
name.
email, yeah, name and email address.
Type your name who commented call prospect within 30 minutes. And then Mary Harmon, automate. Okay, that's a good one. That's a good one. So Ben, okay, hold on. Let me scroll to the bottom. Who was it? Katrina. Did she mention
While
her
you're
name?
looking,
Oh, it's
Gary.
Al.
Oh, Al.
Okay, Al. AI.
Al,
No,
what?
AI.
AI. All right, we'll get the
Okay,
names.
there it is.
Kara.
Okay, so Kara Thompson, Ben Wilson, and who was the third one? I'm forgetting their name. I'm going up and looking. There's so many people commenting.
Nick, just
And
Gary,
Mary, oh god, Mary Harmon. What?
can we get answers if there's anyone who answered on the Facebook Live? Someone tried on Facebook Live. Edgar Torres, he said AI integration.
Good,
Well, I don't know how many we can give away.
Yeah, we got 3, right?
Three.
Perfect. So then we'll do that one as a third giveaway.
We'll go to Facebook for the next one then. How
Cool.
about that?
Okay, cool. Gary,
All right.
let's wait for the
Gary?
next term.
We
Yeah,
appreciate
no,
you being on, man.
Thank you, buddy. And I'll tell you, I looking at some of the comments there or whatever, somebody says this isn't just for Chime users. You're absolutely right. Like everything I'm telling you, and I told you, I've been in this business for 20 years and with Chime for 6. So for 14 years, I've had the same methodology and I've helped tons of businesses grow. And if you want to grow your business, you got to capture the lead. You got to tell them why you're different. You got to stay in front of them on a regular basis because they may not be ready right this second. But when they are, who are they going to remember? Right? That's what it's about.
True.
And
That's
if you
true.
can automate it, automate it. If you can automate it, automate it. And that's exactly what this is about. So
Thanks, man. We
I
appreciate you. We love
everybody.
Chuck.
I brought my
We use
kitty
it-
cat.
we
I
use
brought
it
my kitty
daily.
cat.
And look, everyone in, we're going to change the way we
You guys
pick it.
see-
It's not going to be the first 3 because somehow the first 3 are not popping in the right order for everyone. We're going to randomly pick winners starting the next round. So
Okay, so
that means-
random winners?
Yeah, we're going to go to Sandra. She's going to pick randomly. And then we're going to be like, okay, these
Much
are our
easier,
top
dude.
winners.
Much easier.
Facebook, Zoom, wherever we get them from. This way, everyone remains as happy as possible. Gary,
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate
thank you so
everybody.
much, man.
Happy
Have a
selling.
blessed day.
All right, bye, guys.
Thanks, buddy. Barry Jenkins, Mr.
Hey, what's up? Is my
Hot
mic
Sexy
work?
Yoga. Yeah, we can hear you, Hot and Sexy Yoga.
Hot and sexy yoga. Is
What's
that
up,
what we're
man?
doing our session on today? Hot and sexy yoga?
Dude, the other day I saw a Wailopo image with you on Instagram, and I texted Tristan. I was like, dude, Barry got ripped.
Why didn't you text me that?
I don't know, because I was already texting with, because if I texted you that and said you got ripped, that'd be weird. But if I text
He
Tristan,
had to text me. He had to text
and
me.
Tristan goes, yeah, he does hot yoga. I'm like,
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
that's it? No, you lift 20-pound, you do 15-pound curls too. I know you're lifting those heavy weights.
No, yeah, no, I'm like all in with the whole like fitness thing.
Yeah, no,
it's
it's
become
good, dude.
yeah, it's I actually have AI scheduling my workout schedule. I'm just kidding, I don't. That'd be cool. But,
You could, if you go to chat,
That's
if
the
you go
whole
to
session,
ChatGPT,
guys.
if you go to ChatGPT and tell it to be a personal trainer and tell them your fitness goals, it will give you a workout regimen.
yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I think there's a lot that AI could do, but the thing I like about working out, especially in like the hot yoga, is you're forcing yourself to be uncomfortable. And AI texting and AI in general has helped leverage my time to where I can focus on the other areas of my life that are important to me. Just like you guys, people come up to you guys all the time. How do you do everything that you do? Right? Like, how are you omnipresent? How are you doing this? And it's through leveraging technology and people and processes. Love the session before this one too. It was really good.
Yeah,
And
that
thank
was a
you for the
good one.
compliment, Nick. I appreciate it. Because I know you actually have a big fitness background, right? Like you were a personal trainer for a long time and stuff.
I was in my heyday.
Yeah.
You know.
No, that's great. It's great. I decided, like, I don't know if they told you, but I wanted to actually just talk to you guys about AI texting. I know that a
No, we
lot of the
can't do that.
presenters are
We
doing
can't do that.
slides. What's
Yeah,
that?
we can't. We can't do that.
All right.
We can't talk to
I will
anybody.
talk to them. All the
You can talk to my. You can
masses.
talk to my text bot.
There you go.
I'll have my bot text you.
All right, everybody, let me introduce Barry. For those of you who don't know, Barry Jenkins, he runs a top team at Better Homes and Gardens in Virginia Beach. He's expanded out in that area a lot. And he also works with YLOPO. He's one of the professors there. He does an amazing job. If you know YLOPO, you've seen Barry. His topic today, transforming lead conversion with robots. Discover the SMS method that yields a 34% appointment conversion. Barry, you've got a great book out. For those of you listening in, pick up his book. And if you put up the link, where is it? Where is it? There it is. Too Nice for Sales by Barry Jenkins. And he talks about how to convert online leads in his method, which is amazing. Just jump in and grab that one.
Thanks, man.
Barry, let's talk, bro.
Yeah, so, YLOPO's AI was launched in 2019. And at that time, there was a lot of great innovations. A lot of it, and still today, a lot of the AI texting you see is through two main vendors. They just white label it. And a lot of it is like if-then technology. If the lead says this, then respond with this. And so it's not actually machine learning. So that's a subtle difference, but the impact is pretty profound. It's the difference between the lead saying, I'm not interested because I am getting a divorce, and the robot saying, okay, no problem, have a good day. And it's the difference between the lead saying, I'm so sorry that you're dealing with that, right? And showing empathy. And while in that example that I just provided, it's not resulting in a sale necessarily. If you can imagine having a really well-trained salesperson always responding 24 hours a day, well, I would say 16 hours a day because we have quiet hours, 7 days a week, always showing empathy, always being relevant. That's where we are today, but it didn't start there, right? And I think as agents are trying to figure out, I mean, you guys remember like 2016, 2017, you would text a lead when they registered on your website, and it was such a big deal. The lead was like, wow, my agent's really on the ball, right? But then the insurance agencies and the alarm industry and all these different industries started auto texting. And so the consumer started to learn, like, this isn't gonna work. Like, this is a robot. And so then we used video, right? We were like, all right, let's create like semi-custom videos. Hey, thanks for registering. And that worked for maybe a year or two. And then engagement dropped again, right? And so now what's happening is the consumer appropriately is learning what's possible. And so what's great about my role at YLOPO is I get to speak nerd on behalf of the realtor community to nerds, right? Engineers and machine learning experts that YLOPO hired. And they're listening to me. And actually in the month of July, 37% of all the leads that talk to Raya, YLOPO's AI, 37%, not the stops, not including the stops and leave me alone. It's if they say, I'm looking, over a third of the time. So 37% of the time, Raya sets an appointment. And some subtle things that as agents, you guys should be looking when you're shopping for AI texting. Some things that you should be looking for is, does it inject IDX search behavior into the conversation? So for example, the lead registers on your website. Does the AI say things like, hey, I know you're looking in city name. There's a few that I think you missed. Here's a link. And does the link bring them back to your search site? See, it's my opinion that over the next 6 to 12 months, I hope I'm actually wrong. So what I'm about to say, but I don't think interest rates are going to change in the next 6 to 12 months. I don't think our inventory challenges in markets across the country is going to change. I think the way things are right now is how it's going to be. And I hope I'm wrong, but that's what I'm hedging my bet that that's going to be the case. And it is my opinion that agents that are able to keep the consumer searching for houses on, thanks Gus, on their website, they're going to be the ones that crush it. because, you know, Zillow's fighting for the consumer's attention, Realtor.com, Redfin, they know if they can keep the consumer searching on their website, they're going to win the day. And so as agents, we have to have that same mindset, and we have the advantage of being hyper local, super relevant. You know, we're aware of what's going on in the community. You want your AI to do the same thing. And so the first thing I want to encourage everybody as you're looking to leverage artificial intelligence is, does your artificial intelligence inject consumer behavior into the AI? If it doesn't, this technology has been available since 2019. This is not like groundbreaking stuff. So I'm pretty sure there's a couple of vendors out there that offer IDX behavior in the search traffic. Another example, the lead saves a home on your website. It's not enough to just send an auto text that says, hey, saw you were looking, you want to chat? Like, that's cool. But if you want to get a third of all your auto text, your AI text, actually sending text messages to the lead and converting, it needs to be a little bit more straightforward. Hey, did you want to go see the inside of 123 Smith Street? Here's a link to the other photos I think you missed. That's how you trick the consumer into thinking they're talking to a human. And, you know, it's for us, leveraging AI, you know, has been a big part of our entire business over the last 2 to 3 years. And I think that agents that adopt this stuff, I think they're just going to outpace the agents that don't. Not the big personality agents. Like, every market has agents where their clients love them. Like, they've got they do like 200 deals a year because everybody loves them. Those agents are going to be fine. I'm talking about the rest of us that maybe don't have those winsome personalities like Nick and Tristan, that, you know, they walk into the room and everybody knows them and all that. Not everybody has that swagger. I see you looking, Nick. Don't be shy. I'm just kidding. But but yeah, so, you know, it's one of those things where you're going to be able to outpace them. So the first thing I would say is, does AI inject listings? The next thing that we've recently worked on over the last 5 months, I geeked out for a little while, is objection handling. So now, early on, AI texting was about getting engagement and kind of old school LP Mama, location, price, area, like, you know, just trying to like dissect very slotted information. Well, now AI has the ability to actually handle objections. So I'll give you guys an example. 3-4 years ago, AI technology, when it first launched via text messages, would send out a message and say something like, hey, do you mind if I send you listings? Well, if the consumer says no, for the last several years, AI texting would say, if they said no, they would say, okay, like, that's a negative response. We're going to slot it as negative. Have a good day, right? Now, over the last several months, what Ylopo AI is able to do is to actually handle objections. So instead of saying, have a good day, AI now is able to pivot and actually try to either change the conversation or qualify the no. So if I say, are you looking in the next 6 to 12 months? And they say no, instead of saying, okay, have a good day, I can say, all right, are you looking sooner? Are you looking farther out? Because ultimately, that's what a human would do. A human salesperson that knows what they're doing isn't going to just take one no. They're going to try to change the conversation. Oh, you don't want listings emailed to you? Do you want me to text it? Right? We're not just going to leave it alone. So that's the second thing I would say to look for, is how well is AI handling objections for you? And the third, and I have a couple of other things I want to share, but the third main thing I think you should be looking for is, look, elephant in the room, ChatGPT, right? When ChatGPT first came out, I, you know, as a copywriter, I was a little bit like, ugh, you know, but ChatGPT 4, ChatGPT 5, guys, it's legit. And so what we did was, anytime the robot AI, Ylopo AI, is talking to the consumer, if the conversation goes sideways and it's below a certain percentage, I think it's 70%, but I don't want to say for sure. If we're less than 70% sure we know what the consumer is saying, we're going to pull from ChatGPT, right? We're not going to pull from, because I wrote the principles in my book, Too Nice for Sales, are how I wrote Ylopo's AI texts. And if it doesn't fit the framework of what I've trained her to do and coached the machine learning experts to do, we pull from ChatGPT, and it is so empathetic. It's I mean, you guys have experienced it, right? When you're like asking it to write things for you and what have you, it's able to dissect information in a way that people appreciate. It's kind of wordy, if I'll be honest. Like, I think my texts normally are 2 to 3 sentences, but I've seen where she wrote a paragraph. She like went into great detail and she nailed it. And so, you know, those things are very important. And so as you have AI sending listings, as you have AI handling objections, as you have AI leveraging the latest AI available, which is ChatGPT, to have conversations with the consumer, that's when you're going to get a third plus conversions in the platform. And what you want to do is you want to have an easy way to organize them. Because the other thing I found, now I want to talk about making money with this. You need to have all these conversations in one place, right? You need to have a CRM that's organizing all of these conversations for you. I know a lot of them do this. My favorite is Follow Up Boss, and they have a column called Last Marketing Text Reply. So this is where Follow Up Boss said, any text messages that responses that come through the API. So this is not phone number. This is like robots and programming. It's going to slot into the Last Marketing Text Reply inside of Follow Up Boss. And what I do on my team is I actually sort new to old, and I just say, show me all text replies. So this is every stop. This is every leave me alone. This is every I hate you. This is ever, can you come over to my house tomorrow to sell my house? Like everything. And the reason for that is I found that engineers generally, I'm speaking generally, have programmed AI to be very cautious. They don't want to make anybody mad. So AI is quick to retreat. And that's why the objection handling point was such a big needle mover for us. But it's still going to be really hard on itself. And so when you're trying to convert these leads, every stop, I'll just tell you how I tell my agents to handle it. I tell my agents to call the lead when they text stop and apologize. Businesses don't apologize anymore. That's just not, I don't know why. Consumer people don't apologize anymore. Like they should. We should all be apologizing. Nick, I'm sorry. Tristan, I'm sorry, right? We should be saying those things. Did I wake you up? I'm sorry, buddy.
No, I'm eating a bowl of eggs.
Oh, that's awesome.
I just didn't want people to watch me chew while you're talking.
All right, turn your camera off. That's fine. Go ahead. And so what we do is we say, look,
apologize.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, you're sorry. We're all sorry. I'm sorry. Anyway, what we do is we say, hey, our assistant was texting you. You said stop. We just wanted to tell you that she's not going to text you anymore. Sorry. And then we're just quiet. This is the subtle nuance that you're missing with AI. You've got to be able, as the salesperson, to jump into the messy. See, we want AI to do it all, and we don't, because if AI does it all, that means the billion-dollar tech companies are going to kick us out of our job. The part that I feel very confident, I feel safe for the next 5 years, 10 years, is I know as a realtor and as a business owner, I can jump into the messy better than big tech can. So when we get a response that says stop and we have a human to human conversation, I'm going to say, hey, I'm sorry my assistant texted you. We're not going to text anymore. And then I'm just quiet. That's an old sales trick. I'm just going to be quiet. About 40% of the time, the person says something like this. I thought it was a robot. Sorry, it's fine. No big deal. Then I laugh. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. So are you actually looking for a home or should I take you off? And then maybe 10% of the 40%. So I'm not talking about a lot, but you don't need a lot to make a great living in this business, are going to say, actually, I am. Oh, that's awesome. I'm so glad I called. So tell me what you're looking for. Boom! AI surfaced what would have been a crummy conversation. I approach it humbly, kindly, professionally, and it's just a real nondescript way to surface a conversation. And so what I want to encourage everybody to do is you leverage these tools in all consumer behavior. Every conversation you have is an opportunity to seize the day. So there's stop, calling the stops, right? And saying, I'm sorry. There's the people that say things like, yeah, I'm not going to buy anytime soon because I'm saving up a down payment. Please leave me alone. That's another really, really good one where you can call and say, hey, I know that you're not ready. I know that you're saving up for a down payment. How did you decide how much you're going to save? Again, jumping into the messy so that you can then win the day. My favorite, and the one that tends to work the best by cooperating with AI, is actually taking over the conversation. And this is going to sound really stupid, and some of you are going to think that I'm like, you know, why isn't he going over really important stuff? But this actually is a reason why some of you aren't making a lot of money with AI. So I want to make sure I touch on this. If AI is texting from number A, and that's a letter, but let's just call it number A, and AI and the consumer are talking to each other, and I text from number B, which is a different phone number, and I say, hey, can I talk to you about your home search? That's the equivalent of when you call the cable company and you say, hey, I have this problem, and you explain it to them for 10 minutes, and they say, oh, okay, let me go ahead and transfer you to the correct department. Please hold. And you wait. And then the cable company comes on and say, how can I help you? And then you have to tell the same story over again. That annoys me. I don't know if it annoys you guys, but it's like, gosh, could you have done that for me? Well, when you're texting from one number, Raya is, or your AI, whatever AI you're using, and then you're calling and texting from a different, you, believe it or not, are forcing the consumer to start a new establishment of trust. So what you need to do is you need to make sure your technology allows you to take over that conversation. Where, you know, if your AI is texting from number A, right? You need to be texting from number A, and you need to be saying, hey, Barry wants to talk to you tomorrow between 1 and 1:30. Are you available? Right? So now you're taking over for the robot, because remember, they just had a long conversation. They shared personal information, and marketers call that micro conversions. They're beginning to trust the robot. I have had instances where the consumer came to my office and asked where Raya was. They thought they were boys, right? They were cool. And it's like, so about that, like, remember I told you we were tech savvy? Like, can we have a conversation about that for a second? And so you establish that, you do a good handoff. I guess that's a long way of saying you need to master the handoff between the robot and the salesperson. And you can't assume that just because they were talking to the robot on phone number A, that they're going to talk to the phone number on number B. In fact, I would tell you that most times they don't. And it's even weirder if you take over number A and say, hey, this is Barry now, can we chat? So for the last 10 minutes, they've been chatting with Raya, and
We lost Barry really quickly, right? He froze. All right, well, let me answer a quick question. Barry, where can we find the last marketing text in FUB? I'm going to open up my follow-up, boss. I had it ready, and there it is. So what we have under
to protect you from spam callers.
Oh, he's back.
Oh, Barry, you're back.
You cut
I
out.
was
Barry.
showcasing a question here now. Dude, you were gone for like 2 hours, man.
Dude,
Jeez.
what happened?
How long what was the last thing I said?
You were stuck like this.
Something about AI.
That's
Something
it.
about Raya. Oh, no. Let's go back up to where like people would come into your office and ask for Raya.
Okay, people come back into the office, and then I segued. It talked about how great Nick's beard was. I'll skip all that for now, and I'll just move on to the rest of the session, where they were establishing trust with the consumer, and you're messing it all up, right? And the other thing that happens is when you take over the conversation for your AI, you need to put the phone number that you're going to call from. So if I'm taking this over, hey, Barry wants to talk to you tomorrow between 1 and 3. Is that okay? They say yes. Then you put your phone number in the text message. Barry Jenkins, phone number, brokerage name. This does two things. One, you're telling them ahead of time. Maybe they'll remember the phone number. Probably not. The most important thing that happens is AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon. They have technology with the cell phone companies to where they are reviewing your emails and text messages for phone numbers. When you put your personal number that you'll be calling the lead from in the AI conversation, that's the difference between when you call the phone saying spam likely or not ringing at all, and the phone saying maybe Barry Jenkins. Because now the cell phone's like, maybe we can trust this because you just got a text with this number yesterday. It was in a different chat, but I saw it, right? If not all leads, which are people, by the way, but not all leads have their email integrated with their cell phone in a way to where this works. So you might be emailing them with your phone number, but it probably won't say maybe. If you take over the AI conversation, do a really strong handoff, include your phone number in the text conversation. Tomorrow, when you call, that phone will ring and it'll say maybe. And now, because you got the nod from the cell phone provider, you're going to get the nod from the consumer, and the likelihood of them answering increases significantly. And so these little tweaks, right? I mean, none of this is like, oh my gosh, my mind is blown. But I'm telling those of you that are watching right now, this is the difference between you using robots in your business and making money, and you using robots in your business and you geek out for a little while, but you don't really make any more money. And ultimately, these tools are designed to help you make more money, but there's a consistent disconnect, guys. I know you see it with the agents you're training. They use the latest and the greatest, and they're going broke. They're like, I can't seem to get people to buy right now. And so having AI surface halfway great conversations and having a killer handoff, it allows you to take over these conversations and really move the needle. And the other thing I would say is AI is so good. This is the last, I don't remember how long I was supposed to go. So ring a bell or something if I'm supposed to stop. But
you have a few more minutes. You're good.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So the other thing I would say is that with rates being high, inventory low, sentiment, buyer sentiment, seller sentiment is low. Like there's just, if there were 100 people, which there weren't, but let's say there was 100 people in my market that wanted to buy a home, maybe there's 60, right? And those 60 are like, yeah, maybe, depending on the circumstances. You don't make money off of maybe. You make money off of, can we go look at houses this weekend? Or can you come over to do a CMA? And so leveraging all of this lukewarm conversation with AI, everybody stop what they're doing. Ricardo's on. I'm just kidding. Leveraging these lukewarm conversations with AI and getting into the homes of people, setting up buyer appointments. That's how I'm doing so well. My business hasn't slowed down in this market. I'm betting the farm on IDX behavior. I have 250,000 people in my CRM right now. I'm running ads to all of them. And none of them, not none of them, but a small percentage are raising their hand and saying, can we go look? The rest of them, we're all up like, hey, I know you're not buying for a year, but I would love to chat with you. And when I rewrote Raya's scripts in this last iteration of script changes, that was one of the things we made. Instead of going for the punch so quick, we cooled her off and tried to get that engagement. So this for me was kind of like a level set session where I'm trying to do two things. One, help your users or your, the lab coat community shop for true AI, not slotting technology, right? Not the stuff that was cool 5 years ago. Two, look for what's effective and isn't. And then three, make money off of the AI. And just with a couple of script tweaks and a couple of process changes about how you do the handoff between AI and the agent, you will make a lot of money doing this. There's my session.
That's very true, buddy. All right. I'm going to ask you now. We're going to do a giveaway for 3 items from Ylopo, but I want you to pick the damn question. And it's not what exercise did Barry do for a few months to lose amazing weight and get in shape. That is not the question.
So the question is, it's meant to separate the winners and the losers as far as is that the point? Is to try to stump some people?
Yeah.
The point is to try to
have them answer.
Yeah. The point is you're asking what their takeaways are from this session, right? Is that what we're asking, Tristan?
Well, I want to make it a little bit more.
You want to make it harder? Okay.
Yeah, I want to make it harder.
All right. So my question is, what is one thing you learned about the handoff that you can start doing?
Oh.
So what did I teach you to do when AI is having a conversation to increase the amount of phone calls actually ringing on the phone?
Eric,
There we go.
Eric-
Some good
Eric's
answers.
takeaway was
You guys
my
have way
takeaway.
too many people on this webinar. It's ridiculous.
Sandra,
Seriously.
let's take a look at Facebook as well. And
Don't they
here,
have
and
other things to do?
I want you to pick 3 winners because they're gonna win. What is it? We've got 3 swag bags. One of
Barry's
them's-
going to teach them hot yoga.
And then they
I
all,
would. I love hot yoga.
dude, when are you becoming an instructor? That's what
I've been
here for.
offered and I hard passed on that.
Seriously?
I just it's so much detail. Like I'm
Yeah.
standing looking at you and I'm
Mhm.
raising my right hand, but it's supposed to be the left. I would just be
Mhm.
really bad.
Yeah.
So
It's like
my
math
really-
for us. We're
That
like
sounds
nothing
very
at math.
difficult.
yeah, yeah.
Tell,
just-
right from left, I don't even know what that is.
But it's reorienting, right? And then
Mhm.
there's all the weird like the names of the poses.
I feel like you're too tall for yoga. That's what I feel like.
too
Yeah.
nice for sales, too tall for yoga.
Too tall for
too,
yoga.
too,
Your
too.
next book.
Okay.
That's
So I
part 2.
think we have some winner here. One is Denise Jaska.
Okay, 1 winner. Cool.
Yeah. Learn to take over Riot and
are.
say you are them and add your number. Good one there, Denise. And
Good.
then okay, on the Facebook, Beth Cocaro. Wave if
Cool.
you hear me. That I need
What's
to
up,
contact.
Beth?
Yeah, they need to contact from phone number A. Congratulations, Beth Cocaro. But you need to message us because if you're not on live. And then, so we have a last one.
Wow, a lot of these people were really listening. This
I
is really
know.
impressive.
What's
actually.
up with that?
it's giving me a hard time choosing.
I'm
You
not
made
used
some-
to realtors
got
paying
some
attention.
fans. You got some fans, Barry. And make sure to order his book, please. Too Nice for Sales.
I'm on chapter
Yes,
4 of
yes.
my next one. Too nice for leadership.
Okay, there's one
Oh,
here, but
I thought it
she's
was too
coming
tall
on
for
the
yoga.
who's this? If you can please message us, you're coming on as Katrina Malik, but your answer is include your phone number, interject human emotion, don't sound like an AI robot. So if you can message us,
Write down
drop your name.
whoever answered that. Please give us your name.
Yeah.
Know who you are. And
Yes,
then
please. Okay,
as we-
congratulations.
1 more minute, Barry. Whenever we decide to have an event, you're going to have to run a hot yoga class.
Dude, I
wherever
think
we do it.
I'll do it.
well,
that'd be
I'm
fun,
gonna say that that next October is a Lab Coat Agents 10th anniversary. So I'm pushing Tristan to agree to do a 10th anniversary event.
I'll design the
right.
shirts
If
slash
you're
uniforms.
watching this webinar in the chat and you think
Ricardo.
we should do a 10th anniversary live event, just drop a hell yeah.
And
Hell-
I
Yeah.
would love to see like Tristan in an Elvis costume. If just add a Z on the hell, just do
I'll-
hells
I'll
yeah.
throw my
If you
side
want
boob.
Tristan in a Elvis costume in the 10th anniversary. Yes.
What does the
I would
Elvis
just be-
costume have to do with anything?
Nothing at all, but you'll
Oh,
remember
okay.
it. And that's all that matters.
I was confused.
Barry always throws a curveball. Always.
We
I
got some
was
help.
waiting for the curveball at the beginning, Barry, not at the
I'm
end.
sorry.
Come on. What
Plot
the hell?
twist. You guys are doing such a good job. Seriously. I really appreciate being allowed to come on and chat a little bit and still making a difference. How long is LC? So 10 years. That's
Next
Next
year,
October 2024, 10 years. Yeah.
that's insane. That's crazy. That's
That is
crazy.
pretty nuts, man. That is pretty nuts. All right,
Right.
Barry, I'll see you at the Follow Up Boss event end of September in Los
Whoop.
Angeles.
Yes. So much talk on resilience at FubCon. So if
That's gonna be fun.
that I'm really excited about that conference as well, because I think it's just kind of like one of those now type deals, just like this is on AI and this session. And I feel like that's a now topic. Resilience and pushing through challenging markets. That's so important. Oh.
Ricardo
You
was
brought a
crying.
tear to
He's like,
Ricardo's eye.
Anyway, so I'm pumped about it. Always a pleasure, gentlemen. Have a great rest of your day.
Thanks, buddy. Ricardo, what's up, buddy?
Making me blush and cry over here.
I know, man. You're running in the most amazing. Everyone's talking about the Follow Up Boss events because you leveled it up. And it's
No,
like,
no pressure. I had a
None.
tidbit with a countdown timer, and it was pretty awesome because it used to say, "FubCon is in 4 months. FubCon is in 3.5 months." I've had to disconnect it as of late because it's in like 39 days and it's stressing me out. But it is awesome to hear. It is awesome to hear how pumped people are about it. So that brings a lot of pride and joy to my heart.
Made a difference, man. All right, for those of you who don't know Ricardo Bueno works with Follow Up Boss. He's in charge of making things happen in the background that look like magic when you show up.
Wait, can
one
I
of
say
those-
something?
Yeah,
You know,
sure.
you know you're hosting a good event when people are nervous to go to the bathroom because they're gonna miss something.
That's true. It's like,
Daniela Jones, need bathroom break in big capital letters.
We
listen,
Bring
we
us
can
with
take
you.
a
Just
few
don't turn your
minutes.
camera on.
you gotta, yeah, you don't have to turn your camera. You can turn it off. You can just, let's put it on now. All right, Ricardo
Yeah.
Bueno, Follow Up Boss. We're having an event in Los Angeles, my hometown. I'm excited for that. Today, you're going to be talking to us about how to turn your database into dollars. Let's talk, dude. Where do we start with that? And do you have slides or is it just a conversation?
I thought we keep it conversational. I'm happy to throw up
Perfect.
slides, but
No, it's like just like
this,
Barry.
yeah, this works. You know, yeah. So should we just jump right in?
Yeah, let's go.
jump
This
right
is a
into
good
this.
topic.
I think when we're talking about like what's the mindset required to, like, we're in a changing market. We came off some pretty good years. Refis were up, interest rates were super low. New agents that came into the business had an amazing couple of years. And you know, we joke or we tease and we say those markets create lazy agents because the business is easy and it doesn't create resilient agents. Agents that are able to pivot and, you know, keep the right head game, but also pivot with the challenges of the market to be able to adapt effectively. Right now, I think, you know, when I go to events, and I haven't been going to a lot of events, but when I do go to events, I've been going to events since like 2008, 2009. I got started in the industry before the subprime market collapse. So for me, what makes me effective is heck, I used to have a mortgage blog and I would write on this mortgage blog two, if not more articles a week. I would talk about what's happening on the economic calendar that's going to impact interest rates. Should you lock or float your rate? And then I would talk about things like interest rates were floating around 6%. When interest rates creep up, you know, people lose purchasing power. So I would talk about how to use a seller buy down strategy to help a buyer get into a home. It's a win-win-win for everyone. It's a win for the listing agent, it's a win for the buyer's agent, it's a win for the homeowner.
Cool.
So I would talk about things like that. When I go to events now and I kind of hear agents talking in the hallways, or even with us, the challenge of producing an event, and the industry folks that I talk to, I think the sentiment is a lot of people feel they feel a little beat up. They feel a little defeated. They feel like even if I'm a successful agent, my revenue might be down 10, 20% this year. And I feel like I'm failing, but really you're still crushing it. You're just dealing with like the environment that is the market today. So I think, you know, one of my one of my previous roles in one of my previous lives, I would always go on these one-on-one appointments and I would sit with an agent and we would talk about like, hey, Ricardo, what's working now? Or how do I go get a deal now? And the first place that I would start is I would ask, well, let's start here. Like, how long have you been in the business and how do you currently manage your database? And for a lot of people, it's like, I've been in the business for 10 years and this is how I manage my database. or I'm embarrassed to say I have an Excel spreadsheet. And what's funny is I used to have this agent in Yorba Linda. She's one of the top agents in Yorba Linda. She would say, what's funny about this business is that real estate is really simple. They're sort of closing more deals. Everyone wants to know how they can close more deals, how they can do better, et cetera. Closing more deals really requires doing three things really well. All it is meet and talk to people. So your open houses, you know, networking events, et cetera, nurture the relationship, and then negotiate and close more deals. It's that middle, the nurture the relationship, that I think gets really busy and really messy for a lot of people. So what I tell folks is start with your current database, start with the data that you already have. And learn to become brilliant at the basics. Like the agents that are doing exceptionally well are they're just brilliant at the basics. And to me, the basics are it's smart segmentation. So what are you doing to segment your database? Because how you segment your database is going to have an impact on the marketing that you do. The way I try to think about it is like that customer segmentation is the opposite of treating everyone the same, if that makes sense. So if you're sending out a marketing message and you're saying the same message to everyone, you're effectively reaching no one. So segmentation really just is the act of or is the opposite of treating everyone the same, which is how most companies that do mass marketing, like anybody who does mass marketing, that's what they do, right? So the first thing is I would segment your database. Who are the people in there that are your top clients, your super fans? What are you doing to nurture those relationships? How are you nurturing, like, are you leveraging other technology? So like HomeBot is one of my favorite tools. I'm sure you guys use it. The technology doesn't matter. You can be using HomeBot, you can be using Real Scout, you can be using Cloud CMA has one and I'm forgetting the name of it. But the point being to me is every consumer out there today has a preconceived notion of what their home is worth and where are they getting it from? They're getting it from like the big Z, right? They're looking at their home value. To me, I tell people check their home value the way they check their credit card statement or the way they check their bank balance, the way they check their stock price, et cetera, et cetera. So it doesn't matter if those systems are accurate. The accuracy of those systems isn't the point. The point is they're getting this information or misinformation online anyway. So for me, if I had a database of sellers, an agent just texted me yesterday, "Hey, Ricardo, wondering if you can help me with something in the morning." We're exchanging texts at like 10 p.m. So he's like, "You don't have to reply now. Just text me in the morning when you get this. But I have a lot of seller leads, and I'm wondering if you can help me dial in a process for following up with all of these leads." For me, a tool like HomeBot and all of the homeowners that you have in your database, like how I would leverage that is I would send a segmented email to the people that are getting your HomeBot reports and that have been getting it for at least a couple of months. And that email might say, like, "Hey, Tristan, you've been getting my free monthly home wealth building tool, HomeBot or Real Scout or whatever it is. I imagine you looked at this and thought, well, wait, my home is worth way more than this. Here's what you need to know. Zillow and worse, other real estate professionals are relying on tools like this to figure out your home's value as well. But for a home like yours, technology isn't enough. You need human expertise and storytelling to inspire people to see your home's value beyond the algorithm. If you want an expert human valuation of your home, reply to this email and we'll take care of the rest." Like, are you kidding me? You're not going to get a response or some level of engagement from a very like detailed and succinct email like that. The technology doesn't matter. I think it's segmenting your audience and knowing what messaging you want to say. And then it's understanding like what's that person's pain point. That homeowner's pain point is I'm pretty well aware or curious what my home value is, or I know what it is because I looked online. What are you doing to pique their curiosity and get their attention? I think that's the point, or that's the sort of level you want to get to. And that's just one of those systems and like one of the types of messages that I would send. If it's somebody that's
Ricardo,
yeah,
are we
go for it.
sending out those messages by text, by email, in blog format, on social media? What are you looking at doing?
So when we used to do that, because we used to work, so we used to have agents and we used to help them, develop a farm area. They would do postcards to that farm if they had just sold a property. Like they would do their standard listing process with a postcard, like their standard postcard campaign, just listed, just sold, etc. And on the back of that postcard, it would say, "What's my home worth?" We do like a peel effect and say, "Visit ricardoshomevalues.com." That's how we would get people into like HomeBot or any other system. And then what I would do is I would send that as a drip email, either 2 months or more, like 2-3 months or more, that person had been getting the HomeBot report or the home value report. I would send that as a one-time batch email to everyone in that database. If you're using other systems like Call Action, Agent Legend, like those sorts of tools that allow you to text, then you can include that in your drip campaigns. Usually we enable those drip campaigns, or I think like Call Action, for example, has a quarterly drip campaign that says like, congratulations, Tristan. We just sold your home, 3 months ago. Just wanted to check in and see how it's going. Is there anything I could do to help? Or is there anyone I can introduce you to? Like landscapers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. A year later, it would check in and say, hey, Tristan, can you believe it's been a year since we sold your house? Just wanted to check in and see how everything's going. And then that's when you pique their curiosity, like who else do you know like you that might be interested in selling, buying their home, et cetera.
I like that. Yesterday I had a conversation with, I think you know him, the guy from Audiences, Jesse.
Yeah, that's right.
Stein, Jesse Stein. And he mentioned something, I wrote it down and you just reminded me of it. He said, what we're looking to do in these types of communications that you're talking about with our past clients or people we're trying to attract, he said, we're trying to establish 3 things, our expertise, our authority, and our trust. And I think if we can do that with what we're sending out, like you're saying, then it's easier to win them over, because at that point, when we show up, they already know who we are and they like us and they trust us, right? We've established that. And the other piece is, it's a lot easier for them to refer to us if they feel confident that we know what we're doing, right? So
Correct.
really, really good point, man.
Yeah, it's what are you doing to instill that sort of know, like, and trust factor? What are you doing to increase, I think, your like cadence of communication in the market, knowing that, especially like when we're generating leads online, we call those button pushers and form fillers. They're filling out their information not just on your website or your ad, they're filling it out on about a dozen others. So what are you doing in your messaging to instill confidence that you are the Jason Pantena calls it like agent of choice? What are you doing with your marketing, your messaging, and the information that you're delivering to instill confidence that you are the expert? We used to talk about it when I worked at like Cloud CMA. When I'm going out on the listing appointment and when I deliver the presentation in that report, like I got to look the part, I got to talk the part, and every single piece of marketing collateral that I distribute needs to demonstrate that I'm the expert above and beyond all of the other agents that they're interviewing for that listing as well. That comes down to like all of our marketing. What am I doing to increase my cadence of communication in the market? Am I touching homeowners different? Sounds inappropriate, so I'm going to rephrase. Am I reaching homeowners a variety of different ways? And am I doing it in a way that instills that confidence that I am the local expert in the market that people want to go to? Gus. That's funny.
Hot yoga, man. Hot yoga.
Hot yoga. I'm just thinking of Barry and
hot yoga.
Some FUB spandex. FUB LCA spandex.
Dude, we need those. All right, so let's merge FUB into this. How does Follow Up Boss make it a lot easier for us to be able to do this?
For me, Follow Up Boss is everything, and that sucks to say because I work there, so my opinion is biased. For me, what makes Follow Up Boss, I think, unique, and what makes us a very effective system is that we're an open system. So we like to think of ourselves as Switzerland. We recognize that an agent's tech stack is going to change. I don't know how frequently, but pretty darn frequently.
Yeah.
What we want is we recognize that your database should be, or we want it to be, the one constant that never changes. Changing systems is high lift. We're creatures of habit. So because it is high lift and we're creatures of habit, we tend to stick with the systems we know, even if they're clunky, but because there's recognition there. For us, we want you to be able to integrate with whatever systems or tools that you use in your business, recognizing that your tech stack is going to change at any given time, but your CRM should be the one constant. We want you to be able to integrate with each and every one of those tools. So if like somebody will come by the booth and say, do you integrate with X? It's most likely that we do. Or it's very likely that, if they don't have a direct integration, we can use Zapier to get the data in, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What makes the next thing that makes Follow Up Boss sort of exceptional at what we do is we're not trying to be everything to everyone. So we're like our product focus is very narrowly defined to CRM. All we want to do and be is CRM, and we're going to be best in class at what we do. So we're always working on enhancing the product, the features, etc., so that it's easy to use. And what I tell people is most systems, when they scale in complexity because you're adding other layers of technology, or they're scaling in complexity because you're adding so many users, the beauty is that Follow Up Boss doesn't scale in complexity with you. It still remains easy to use. And so what we try to do is develop, like, you're building a tech stack that your agents are going to love using because it's easy to use. And so you're building a culture of adoption. Like whether you're a solo agent, it's going to be easy to use, it's going to scale. Whether you're a team, you'll have the reporting to be able to have those daily coaching calls and see, well, how's Ricardo doing on his numbers and how can I coach him and coach him up for success? And I think that's what makes us effective. The other thing that I would say to an agent, if I was sitting down with them today and we were talking about, like, hey, let's get your systems under control and let's set you up for success in the market. A friend of mine taught me, like, I'm a tinkerer, and I've been in the business for a little over a decade, and I like to play with technology. A friend of mine told me a while ago, if you want to get to a point where, like, you're just, leverage is all about like figuring things out and then pulling on that lever and just leveraging yourself. You have to practice ADD. You just have to practice ADD. So the joke was, Ricardo doesn't have ADHD. Ricardo has ADD. And the way my brain works is I try to automate, delegate, and delete stuff that doesn't serve me in my business. So with Follow Up Boss, like, the thing that I would think about is look at all of your lead sources. Where are you generating your leads? Are you generating them at open house? Are you using a tool like Spacio to sign people into the open house and getting them to Follow Up Boss? Great. Do you have that lead source plugged in, and do you have them on an action plan? An action plan is just a drip campaign in our language. Automate everything and anything that you can in your business so that everyone has a touch point, right? That's number one. The delegate is, somebody once taught me, same person, same mentor said, we should be doing $1,000 an hour work, not $5 an hour work. So if you have a problem with delegation, is because you have trust issues. But delegating things to, like, your virtual assistant, delegating things to a team member, and just recognizing that 80% of the way done is better than perfect. So don't worry about perfection. Learn to delegate those things so that you are working on the higher impact things. To me, the higher impact things are going on those listing appointments, having those buyer conversations, having those conversations with people in your database to try to solicit or elicit more referrals, right? So that you are having those higher level, higher impact conversations rather than trying to deal with the monotony of other things. And then delete is just constantly auditing your systems to delete anything that doesn't serve you or your business anymore. Is that process broken? Are you even utilizing that process? If not, let's tear it down, nix it from our business processes, or constantly asking, if you do have a VA, like, hey, here's the SOP. For those people that don't know, SOP is standard operating procedure. Here's the SOP. Here's why we do this task this way. Here's why this task is important to the business. Please review and execute the steps in this task. If at any time you feel like this process can be improved to save time, please rewrite the SOP to improve it and let me know what you changed. That way you're constantly, like, tackling your business and looking for areas of improvement, right? I think that's super highly important. Because look, I get it. You're successful, you're busy, you're a hardworking real estate professional in today's market. How can I practice ADD so that you are operating from the highest and best use of your time? I forgot how I even got there, or where we were even.
That was, you answered my question. That was it. that part, Brandon said that part from Ricardo hit me. The one where when you said automate everything you can, delegate, do the $1,000 work, not the $5 work, delete, audit, right? The systems to be able to delete that. things that don't or no longer serve you anymore. And I don't think we do that enough, man. I think we just keep going because we're just creatures of routine and habit, and we don't even know we have a routine or habits at that point. And
Yep.
I love that part a lot because that applies to everything else we purchase, because we end up purchasing Follow Up Boss, and then what do? We don't use it. And the next thing is like, oh, it sucks. Like it's just, but you never really took the time to understand all of what it had to offer, right?
Yeah, for me, it's what I would always tell agents is before you ask what other technology I should be using to improve my business, it's let's sit down and analyze the systems you already have and figure out how to get more out of what you're already using. So that's what I would do. Like the other thing we do or we always ask is once we sit down and analyze your systems and we implement the drip campaigns, once we implement the automations, once we set up the ads and have a lead funnel, then let's sit down and look at the stuff that we're not using. Let's delete it from our tech stack, and whatever money savings we have there, we can roll into like new ad spend or whatever. But always like try to make the most out of what you're already using. The systems that you're paying for, the systems that you get as a member benefit, maybe from your MLS or from your brokerage. Let's dial all of those in before you decide I'm just going to haphazardly choose another product because this person said it was awesome or that person said it was awesome, et cetera, et cetera.
True. Well, Ricardo, quick question for you. And I don't know that you know enough about Command to answer it. This may be a Nick question, but how does Command differ from Follow Up Boss? That's a great question.
I'll let Nick answer because my
that's
answer is going to be
like that's a big question. I found that, I mean, it's been 8 months since I dove into Command because I recently went back to Keller Williams, but I found that Command does have a lot of the features that a lot of the big CRMs have. It just does it in different ways. You know what I mean? So, you can create lists, you have smart plans, you can do automated texting. It's just a different setup. So I would say that, it has similar features, just it operates differently. But I think that goes for a lot of CRMs. They do a lot of the same things. They do a lot of the same things. They just do them in a different way. That's how I look at it.
I think the easiest way to answer, and again, my opinion is biased because I work for Follow Up
Right,
Boss.
of course.
The best way to fumble your way through anything is to literally just get your hands dirty with it, right? Like we have a 14-day trial, no credit card required, and it's the full system. It's not like we paywall things behind the trial or anything. You have access to the full system. So what takes you 5 clicks to do in another CRM would take you 1 or 2 clicks to do in ours. And I think that's what you'll find is we literally try to look at ease of use and simplicity, and again, knowing that you're going to connect with a lot of different systems. And then when you're in Follow Up Boss, I think the areas that I would have people start is, I think in our business, we have a tendency to work by to-do lists. And what sucks is we get really busy. Like you're an entrepreneur. You wear a lot of different hats. You're a project manager, you're a salesperson, you're a therapist, you're all of these different things. That to-do list is going to grow day after day after day after day. What's going to happen after 30 days? You're just going to have this massive to-do list that you now can't even conquer. So what I would do is try to get away from operating your business behind the to-do list and leverage those smart lists or segmentation instead. And then you let your business run by each of those smart lists. We have one agent, I think they're in Arizona. They're going to close about 300 transactions this year, and they operate their business just by using 4 different smart lists. The first smart list is all of their hot leads. The second smart list is anybody who they haven't been in contact with in the last 8 days, but that has a higher propensity to close. so on and so forth. So I would the great thing about your smart list is that now, like if when I come into the morning, I want to know, I have this app on my phone called 24Me. It's pretty awesome. 24Me. It's hilarious because there's some days where my wife will ask me, what do you have tomorrow? Or do you have any early morning appointments tomorrow? I'm like, I don't know. I really don't. I look at my calendar like at night before I go to bed, and I look at it in the morning. What 24Me does is it notifies me like at 8 or 9 p.m. how many appointments I have coming up for the next day. And it reminds me again in the morning at like 8 a.m. and says, hey, Ricardo, you have, 5-6 appointments coming up for today. Here's what they are. It's just a little assistant that nudges me and lets me know what I have coming up on the schedule. You guys are probably more organized than me. I'm living a life of chaos at the moment.
We'll figure it out, Ricardo.
We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out.
All right. With that, Ricardo, we want to do one giveaway. And I'm going to ask a question about something you said. And get ready, because remember, we're going to randomly pick. We're not going to be like the first person that answers this question. So Ricardo mentioned where he previously worked really quick. Can you please type that in here or in the Facebook group or in LinkedIn, wherever you're listening in? Where did yeah, we're gonna give one prize. Oh, damn it. Now they're just copying. That's so funny.
You're giving me a hard
Oh,
time.
look, listen, Sandra, pick one. I'm gonna do
Let's
giveaway.
throw a curveball in there.
Okay.
The name of the company is actually not Cloud CMA. Does anybody know the actual name of the company?
Oh, wait.
Oh, there, that's
No.
better.
I don't even know.
That's better. Okay, what's that?
Damn. Okay. So you're gonna see it there. Which one's the right one, and then Sandra can choose. How's that?
Yeah. Some of them already answered.
All right, we got
Lone Wolf is the name of the company that bought the company.
Oh, okay. So
Damn, dude. Now you're just making it super complicated.
Oh,
WR Studios.
there's
that's
Paragon
right.
who answered.
All right, Sandra, you
WR
can choose.
Studios?
You can choose.
That's right.
You can choose a
WR
winner.
Studios. Wow. Okay.
What we're gonna need from you is an address, name. I'll just send you
That's
one
amazing.
of my books here.
Yeah.
It just came out, so real estate prospecting. I'll send that over to you. And we mentioned Follow Up Boss on this one, I don't know, 10, 13 times in the book. So
that's amazing.
There you go. Pick a winner and we'll send it over. Ricardo, thank you so much, man.
There's the first one who answered, Katrina Mallet again. But the W are capital W. Oh no,
Is
sorry.
that who you're gonna go with?
Wrong
Listen, Sandra.
spelling, wrong.
Oh,
wrong
I'm
spelling.
not.
Who are you gonna go with? Who are you gonna go with?
I'm not picking. I'm letting you guys.
I'm not
choose.
picking either.
Hey,
Ricardo,
Katrina
we'll
Mallet.
see you. We'll see you at
Message it.
Follow Boss in Los Angeles. And I think, are you guys already sold out or no?
No. I have an offer for you guys if you want it. But
what is it?
But yeah, FubCon is in September at the JW Marriott at JW Marriott at LA Live. The one thing that we're doing different this year that we didn't do last year is the idea is high inspiration, action, inspiration, action, inspiration, action. You go to a lot of events and you feel inspired by a lot of the keynotes, but you walk away maybe not feeling like you're able to practically put this into action. So one of the things that we're doing this year that we didn't do last year is we're doing these FUB deep dives. So it's the equivalent of paying for customer onboarding or signing up for one of our onboarding plans. Our advocacy team is teaching approximately 5 breakouts that are FUB specific deep dives on learning different parts of the system. So on learning more about your reporting and how to keep your team accountable, on learning how to dial in your smart lists, your action plans, and like using tags appropriately, and things of that sort.
Perfect.
So yeah, it's if you buy one ticket, bringing each additional team member is 25% off. If you use the following promo code, I just typed it into the chat for everyone. That'll give you 30% off your first ticket and 55% off your every other ticket from there.
All right, dude, can you nudge me again and we'll blast it out into lab coats?
Yeah, for sure.
Cool. We'll do that. Ricardo, thank you so much, buddy. We appreciate you. Thanks for doing this.
Chris, crush it.
Thanks, bud. All right.
What's
Hey,
next?
how's it going, guys?
What's up, bro?
Hey, all right. You can
How are
see
you?
me. I was getting messages. Unable to start video.
We can see you. You're
All right.
safe. We got you. All right.
Is
And then,
this
can
Real
everyone see him?
Geeks?
Wait, can anybody see him? Just making sure everyone can see Chris.
I don't know
right?
if you want to see me.
Everyone can
Actually,
see
it'd be
Chris.
better. Like you just keep looking at Tristan.
Yeah, we can see you. See, we got
All right.
something else. So we're safe, dude. We're definitely safe. All right. For those of you who are wondering who this is, well, he's our friend. What's up, man? It's been a while. Are you guys gonna be at the Follow Up Boss event?
Yeah, we are actually. Like it was good seeing Ricardo, and I know from talking to him on the back end that guy is really hustling putting together that event, and it crushes. It is a absolutely stellar event.
He really is. And you guys have a booth too this year? Because I know we saw each
That's
other
right.
last year.
Yeah, that's actually how we met.
Right. I remember Auberry connected us. So
Yeah.
there you go. All right. Real Geeks with us. We've got an amazing human being, great person here. This is how we reconnected. This is why he's here right now. And he's going to be talking to us about what the hell is next, man. Look, when it comes to CRMs, full CRMs, marketing, texting,
Yeah.
all of this that gets really confusing because we've heard from Chime, Follow Up Boss, Ylopo. It's like, well, what do we do? And I think that's not clear all the time. That's why I loved hearing from the people that we heard from. Barry just made it super clear. It's like, this is what we need to do. Here are the specifics, right? What does that look like to you as far as where we should start when it comes to the CRM? And then we'll shift over to your topic.
Definitely. So I'm working on. Is it possible to share my screen?
Yeah, Jake, can we turn that one on for?
Sorry, I'm like doing
For
the
Chris.
last minute troubleshooting. There we go.
Hey, no problem, man. We got you.
Oh wait, never mind.
Wait, he made
Done.
Jake make Ricardo co-host by accident. Hold on. That's funny. I like that.
All
We'll
right,
get
you
there.
might have to
There you go.
hit me. There we go. All right. Sorry,
You're there.
Tristan. Hit me with the question one more time.
No, when it comes to a CRM, what are we looking at to be able to get the right one? What are the tools
Yeah.
we need in it? And then how should we be using it in the current world that we're in?
Yeah. Okay. So we're about to talk about that a lot, but the right one is the one that you're actually going to use, right? You can really overthink this, and you can go down rabbit holes of like really specific knowledge. And it's actually funny. I was doing a podcast on this morning. I mean, for this audience, obviously you got to get one that's focused on the real estate market, right? And like after that, then things start to get a little bit more comparable. And then I start to go into like, well, what integrates with everything better? So, we like, obviously Real Geeks is a website and a CRM put together. So you don't necessarily need to worry about that level of integration, but then also what does the integration look like back to the other tools? So one of the reasons a lot of people ask us like, well, why are you going to Follow Up Boss conference? Aren't you
Yeah.
like competitors with them? Like so many of our customers use us as the website solution and then Follow Up Boss as the CRM. And so it's kind of like whichever one you like better. And then you can just connect them up and build that like custom solution that's right for your business.
All right. Look, that answers it for now. I know your topic is the top 6 lessons we've learned from interviewing 100+ agents. There you
Yeah.
go.
Well, we'll go 7. How about that? We increased
7.
it plus
There you go.
1 scope creep since we pitched the topic. Yeah. So hang on, click. All right, so I'm Chris Whitling. I'm the VP of Marketing of Real Geeks. And also I get to host the Keeping It Real podcast, which is the podcast that Real Geeks has had running for like 10 years. The founder was like way ahead of his time and like started a podcast right when the company was founded. And so I'm currently carrying that torch. And it's given me the opportunity to go really deep, kind of like the way that you guys do on your podcast. And actually there's some overlap here between guests. And so this is going to be like a fun topic for us, but anyway, I've got 15 years of SaaS marketing experience and then 2 years at Real Geek. So I'm a little bit newer to real estate, but I've gone really deep on marketing topics. So Real Geeks, you guys know, realgeeks.com, also youtube.com/realgeeks. Okay. Okay. So we're going to get into it. Tip number one, and this is kind of like meta tip here, right? So technology and regulations change fast, super fast, right? And so Barry was up here talking about AI, right? It's the current hotness. Before then, it was SMSing. You know, before that, it might have been email. And also, you guys should chime in because I'm used to doing a podcast and making it a
Oh,
little bit more
dude, yeah, we'll chime
conversational.
in. We'll get you.
Not just like talking.
I'm watching.
Anyway, yeah, so you know, text, email, maybe push notifications, SEO, PPC, AI, it's all happening. It's all happening super fast. And you know, I think one of the things I like to point out to people is like there's fundamentally like no hacks that are gonna like take your business to that like multi-billion-dollar, you know, situation. Like you've got to start out being like good at your job, right? Like master the fundamentals. We're going to talk a little bit about some of my favorite people to talk to about that this community knows about. But then you also need to be able to adapt to that technology to the changing market and regulatory environment, right? And so this is all happening right now because starting last October, obviously interest rates have been spiking, as well as like a big change that's happening with SMSing, right?
Yeah.
Or texting. So like what I like to see people do is adopt new technologies really early and learn to master them, like kind of when they're in the Wild West. But you also have to understand that there's a lot of bad actors coming out during that are like maybe abusing the technology, or they're sending SMSs to people they shouldn't be, or they're buying email lists. And that's going to cause regulators to get involved. So like one of the things that we're dealing with as an industry right now, and Real Geeks is talking to its customers a lot about this. And I really like, if you're not hearing from whoever you use as an SMS provider, like if you haven't heard from them, you need to get on the phone with them, because on August 31st, the carriers are implementing this scary sounding thing called A2P 10DLC. But basically they're trying to fight spam. And they're forcing you as businesses to register. And so you gotta apply through the carriers, which is basically we'll get your like EIN, business name, and all that kind of stuff, and make sure that you get that application taken care of. But if you don't do that, then all of a sudden your messages are going to start appearing as undelivered. And I mean, that really takes the wind out of the sails, right? So it's just a little bit of like coverage that you got to do. And I'm bringing this up maybe as a public service announcement to like not just us, but like, you know, I know Chime was in here talking about like advanced technologies, and Ylopo, you know, their AI and our AI like operate sort of similarly. You know, and SMS has just been such a powerful feature for real estate agents. So like I want to make sure that you guys are on top of this and are able to like continue to use it. We did like a whole podcast with our head of product and one of our top agents, Todd Tremonte in Dallas. And we talked about like the evolving things that you need to do. So a lot of agents will be like, I don't want to put that stop language in there. That makes me sound like artificial or whatever. And it's like, the alternative is not being able to send the message. So it's better to like stay ahead of the curve, and being part of that like early adopter also means figuring out how to integrate that language and the compliance you know, before everyone else, right?
Very
So
true.
some of your competitors are about to get whacked.
Quick question. Is
Yeah.
this for the United States only or also for Canada? Do you know?
I believe it's happening in Canada also, because we're registering Canadians as well.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And it's more of a carrier based thing than like a government regulation type situation. So, you know, I think what comes along with this is, you know, everyone's looking for that hack, that thing, you know, whether it's paid search ads or SEO that like is going to drive their business to the next level. But I don't necessarily like to see these businesses that are super hyper focused around like one narrow niche. And there's this concept that I constantly think about called concentration risk, which is like, if you're getting all of your clients from the same channel, then you're going to want to spread that out. So what would happen if that channel went away? So if you are exclusively dependent on
Mm.
SMSing, and then SMSing went away overnight, like, would your business continue? Right. So like
I'd be
someone,
sad.
yeah, exactly. I see Nick nodding over there. Yeah.
I'd be sad, bro.
Oh no, I wasn't saying that it would suffer. I was just saying, yeah, that's a good point.
No,
Yeah.
that's the way I took it. Exactly. So, you just have to know, like, you have to expect change, right? And then adapt. There's a bonus tip that I wanted to throw out here. And as I was like putting these slides together, I had been listening before that. I'd been listening to a podcast that was had Mark Andreessen on it. And so Mark Andreessen's the guy that invented Netflix, and he's like huge
Yep.
deal in the Silicon Valley world. And he suggested this book called Men, Machines, in Modern Times. And I went and read it, and it had really interesting perspective on what invention is, right? And I think a lot of us think about like, tech founders like, Dan and Kevin, Dan who founded, Follow Up Boss, or Kevin who founded Real Geeks, Mark Zuckerberg or Elon, and like, what are these guys doing? And it's like, oh man, they must have invented something from scratch. And this book points out that invention is not wholly unique ideas. It's just unique arrangements of those ideas to solve a problem in a new way. So, I like to point this out to people because you don't need to be like coming up with the fully original idea, that is going to help you take over the market. You need to be like engaging in summits like this, the Lab Code Agents, virtual summit, or going to Follow Up Boss conference, or, whatever it is, reading and inputting those new ideas and then like applying them to your business. And that's really what invention is. That's what's going to drive things forward. That's that, forward push of technology.
I like that, dude. I just put that book into my cart.
Yeah, definitely. It's kind of weird because I describe it to people. I'm like, why would you want to read about like the how aiming naval guns was invented? And it's like, it's actually totally relevant to technology businesses, and even I think real estate businesses.
Yeah, I agree with you. I like this, man. Thank you for sharing that part.
Cool. All right. Tip 2. You guys know this guy, right? Dale Archdeacon.
Yep, he's a buddy.
Been around. He's also pretty big in the Real Geeks world, long time Real Geeks user, his wife as well. We had him on our podcast, and one of the big takeaways was like, always be role playing. And Dale didn't say this, someone else did that I was talking to recently, and they were saying like, real estate is a sales profession, frequently not populated by sales professionals. And I was actually also at KW Mega Camp last night, talking to people, and I always find this true. Like when I go to networking events, it's like, hey, what'd you do before you were a real estate agent? And I think I've talked to, in all the networking in the last 2 years, all the networking events I've been to, I've talked to one person that's like, oh yeah, no, I graduated high school and went directly into real estate. Like everyone else had something else first. So it's like, you shouldn't necessarily expect that you're going to come in with all the skills that you need, and your license exam is basically just going to teach you how to not get sued. So, you need to learn those ropes. And so guys like Dale are great resources to like really learn how to master sales, right? Because presumably you didn't learn that as, an IT consultant or, whatever it was before. So find those coaches, partners, and practice often. I love how Dale says, like, do 30 minutes of role play, before you jump on your call block, to shake off the cobwebs. Heard some people like maybe using AI to, practice a little bit, all sorts of like novel stuff. But, it's like the verbal jujitsu that you just need to practice over and over and over again, so that like it becomes muscle memory and you're able to execute when those, when the common objections come up. So, yeah. All right. So this was another thing that Dale talked about, and it was basically use data to grade yourself honestly. So I like to obviously use your CRM, whether it's Real Geeks or Follow Up Boss, and track, like, either in notes, or through statuses and stuff like that, and really track like, okay, what was the game plan that I was using, and did it work? Because as Dale points out, you end up in this thing called like resulting, where you either like follow the last success, or your mind, like the human mind doesn't deal with probabilities very well. And so it'll think something like, well, I'm due for a good one, so maybe I should start changing my tactics because it's going to get increasingly likely. And that's not the case. Like each one has like the same probability of being the same. So it's like, stick to your best practices, stick to the things that you've been practicing, and then use that data to, after the fact, assess whether or not it's been working. Right.
That's a good point. I think we easily forget that if we stick to the things that we're already amazing at, and we try to find where those fit in the industry we're in, we'll probably do a lot better, rather than just copying what we see other people succeeding with, man. That I think is a key point.
Yeah, let's come back to that here in a couple. Well, actually, how about right now?
There you
So
go.
Susie Ellis, she's like one of my favorite Real Geeks customers. She has moved her business like 4 times, and each time she like takes over the market. So she started in the Northeast and then moved to Alaska, and like then from Alaska moved to Florida, and now she's in the Lake of the Ozarks. And it talking to her is such a counterpoint from a lot of agents that you hear like, oh, I can't move, like that would be death, like I can't do that. And she's like, no, like my fundamental skills is like my ability to learn, and like my ability to execute on like all of these things that I've accumulated during the course of my career. So she's able to move from market to market to market and just like start dominating in those markets, because she is like a lifelong learner that's continually adding tactics to her toolbox. And yeah, she continually uses her sphere, even selling, as clients moving around the country. So I really enjoy talking to her, and it is absolutely amazing to see like, oh, so in Alaska, what tactic did you use? Okay, so and then in Florida, what were you doing? And so she was like, what most people would consider late in her career, and she's learning a cold call, and then she got to Lake of the Ozarks and started doing like Google leads, just like constantly trying new stuff, pushing things in new directions, leveraging the technology. It's really cool to see.
I like that, man. I like that a lot. And you said she's doing Google PPC in her new area.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That is a very fast.
Yeah. Here's another tip from her: is she has a very generic domain name. So it's like my area, homes for sale, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so consequently, like she ranks pretty well. We're going to talk about SEO here in a second. She ranks pretty well. And, other agents, like actually, this is like one of her favorite stories. Other agents will like send people to her site because the search works really well. And it's because it doesn't say her name, right? So it seems like kind of non-threatening, and so she's being a good, good citizen of the community and not like targeting those people, because she knows that they're working with another agent, but there's still lines in her CRM. And so like, if they don't go anywhere, over a certain period of time, like that's a conversation you could conceivably have. So yeah, interesting technology.
I love that, man. I was actually looking at her site right now, and I'm on it. Susan Ellis.
That's right.
And I see the search all Lake of the Ozark listings. It's Lake of the Ozarks homesforsale.com. I like that, dude. Now I'm gonna have to interview her. I had no idea.
We definitely got to get her on. She's a lot of fun. And so, I mean, like, why is she so successful, right? So she's driven, and here's the other cool thing, is she's like, I'm going to make $1 million this year, like take home after taxes. And then she's like, you know how I'm going to do it? And she has like a stick-it note. She'll like pick up off her monitor. And she's like, I'm going to make this many calls per day. I'm going to like make this many bookings. I'm going to make this, and so it's like, there's no ambiguity on like how she's going to get there. It is like, this is the plan, and I execute every single day, and it is like, it's like, oh, man, you're a scary lady.
She's committed, man.
She's committed. Yeah.
Look,
exactly.
obsession only looks crazy to the people not obsessed.
That's right. That's right. You know, and then she pairs that with she hasn't ever stopped learning. Right. So, you know, she's mastering new channels. Like she's not afraid to move, you know, and she's constantly adding to her, you know, repertoire of tactics.
I like that.
Yeah.
All right, what's next on your list, buddy?
All right. Right. So, you know, here's something I wanted to point out. You know, it's like tip 3 really any different from tip 1? You know, it's like, can you constantly adapt to a changing environment? Like, are you paying attention to what's going on? You know, and staying ahead of the curve. So, you know, at this point, I just wanted to point that out. Yeah, and we gotta get moving here because we're running short on time. All
Yeah,
right.
number
So
4.
step 4, engage with social media authentically. So we did this podcast with Teresa Bastian, which you've had on Lab Coats, you know, and she's like, I hate social media. But basically her tip boils down to this. Like she engages with community pages, and she like is constantly like helping people find answers to things they're looking for. And she targets like a hyper local area. Like, this is my school district, this is my like neighborhood. And she owns that area. So you know, you don't need to be like showing off your lifestyle or being a narcissist on social media. People don't really like that, you know. And one of the other common things that we hear from agents a lot is like, I'm not the main character in my buyer's story. Like, you know, I'm not the person on Selling Sunset. Like, this is about them, right? And so I think your social media should reflect that. Like, deliver value. Like, tell them about stuff they want to know about.
Yeah, I love that, man. I love that approach.
Yeah.
Bonus
Okay.
tip.
Yeah. Audio is way more important than video. So if you're doing this, like, you know, get your audio situated. Video is frequently a problem with your lighting, not necessarily a problem with your camera. So there you go.
Really?
That's
So
right.
audio is way more important than your video.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah,
And
exactly.
Give us an example of that. Are you talking about delivering value through social media, through email, through texting? What is this
So
refer?
anytime you're doing video, right?
Mhm.
So anytime you're doing, so it's YouTube or there's probably some, I put a note in here, like Gen Z is kind of bucking the trend because they're like preferring to watch subtitles. It's like a major reversal in the data. But like YouTube has provided me with a ton of research on this. And basically they will see like massive drop-offs if the audio is terrible. But if the video is like potato grade, people watch more if the audio is good, right? And it's probably a byproduct of people putting things in the background and like listening and not watching. So just think about that as you're putting you know, video messages, stuff like that. Like, can the person actually clearly hear you?
I like that, man. Good point.
Yeah. So SEO is possible, but it requires effort. So, you know, this is one that we like to talk about a lot at Real Geeks. You know, we have customers that absolutely crush it with SEO. You know, and we're always shocked when, you know, we have competitors that are like, oh no, it's not really possible. You know, it's like, it's too, you know, whatever, technology doesn't support it. It's like, well, not at Real Geeks. You know, so I was going to basically talk you through why at Real Geeks, like, we do so well at SEO. And the big reasons are like total content control over what's on your site. We have like a really well optimized CMS, content management system. So the code comes out very clean. It's like purpose built for it. We also have best in class IDX feeds. So we self-host our IDX and we like unify all that data. And so the listings come back extremely fast. We're not like bouncing off the MLS. That also actually makes your new listing updates come through really fast. You can build unlimited pages on your site. All the user interactions are sent to your CRM, whether that's us or you're connecting it up over to Follow Up Boss. And every page, like, we have this culture of conversion. So like, if we're going to push out a change to our customer sites, we've already tested that in the back end, and we know that it's either going to be neutral or improve conversion before we push it out to everyone. That's a huge deal for us.
Dude, I'm excited to see this because I just started my Google PPC with you guys literally last week.
Nice.
So I'm excited to see this.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, those clean clean coded pages and the way that we do like lead capture on the listing pages, contribute to like obviously great SEO, but also like really good CPLs because the conversion rate is great. So.
And Gus, Gus Munoz, Power ISA, he's next. He said, you can confirm the only clients I have killing it with SEO are on Real Geeks. That's funny.
Yeah.
Like
we're running out of time, so I'm gonna
dude, let's go. Speed.
Let's go. Okay, so it's a long game. You gotta identify what clients are looking for, and you gotta build pages. So think about what the customer is gonna do, and or gonna type into Google, and then build content for that. Like monitor those pages, time block. Like Erin Alls talks about time blocking for SEO, and she calls it SEO happy hour. She has like a drink and writes content. I'm gonna tip my hand here a little bit. Like it's not really a product announcement, but I mean something you might want to get on a newsletter for. Like, we might have a product that's gonna help you knock years off to your SEO build out. And might have a little bit of AI sprinkled in there. So just a tip.
Can we make the announcement on LabKit so we can do a whole webinar on that? That would be amazing.
Yeah, maybe.
Let's do that.
So we need a couple minutes for giveaway, and so I'm going to cruise through pen and paper for open houses, and technology doesn't necessarily matter as showing up and doing the work. So we interviewed Dan and Kevin. That podcast's out there. Dan from Keeping Follow Up Boss, and it's cool to have two technology founders and have them both say the same thing, because I asked them, like, when you look at your customers, what is driving success? And they're like, activity. Like if they're waking up in the morning, they're making calls, and they're like, driving new leads into their stuff, we know they're going to be successful, and we're not worried about them. But like when things start to get quiet, and the calls aren't getting made, then we start to get worried. So there you
makes
go.
sense. All right.
Yeah.
I like this. And can you do us a favor? Send this over to our team, because we want to share the slides with everyone once the edits are ready for the virtual event. And I want to showcase something that's so we're going to give 3 of these away. Nick, these are cool. I want one of these, Chris. This is cool. They're Yeti. This is Yeti. This is pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, I'm in Austin, so I don't think I have a choice. It has to be Yeti. But hey, I know a guy that can make that happen, Tristan. So
Well, let's give 3 of these away. Nick, what question should we ask? Or Gus, since he jumped in early, Power ISA. Maybe you guys can come up with a question, and then we can randomly pick. Always be role playing. Somebody already answered it. Cindy, I love that you already answered it. Sandra, Cindy's a winner.
I got a question. What's more important than technology?
What's more
in terms of success?
Technology.
Literally just mentioned showing up and doing the work. Stephen Earhart.
That's right.
Got that right.
That's right.
All right, Sandra, choose the ones that got right, and then make sure we're not going for first. We're going for random, so nobody gets upset, because we're not looking at Facebook either.
Let's give one to Jan Sherbert Tanzer. Audio is more important than video.
Ooh, I like that one.
Ooh,
they're good.
All right, Jan Sherbert, right? Okay.
Chris, send us over your slides. Let's also do a webinar on the new SEO product you guys have, because I'd like to learn more about it. Now that we just launched our Google PPC just a few days ago, I'm excited to see how this all develops, bro.
Sounds great.
Thanks, man. Thanks for doing this too. Thanks, man.
See you.
Okay.
All right. Gus Munoz, I was just texting with Gus yesterday. He got us our ISA. He had left and he came back. We really loved this one, and he's been with us for such a long time. By the way, we've been
back.
Dude, how long have we been using you guys? 5 years? 6 years?
It's been like pre-AI, pre-ChatGPT. I don't know if that's what I know.
Pre-COVID.
Right?
Pre-COVID.
Oh, that's the real one, right? Pre-COVID.
That's why I always remember.
Back
like
in
at
the
least.
old day.
Yeah. So I'm thinking, I think it's 5 years. I think it's 6, but I'm going to just say 5 just to be safe. And they call a lot of our database. And I'm going to just show you really quick. I had, dude, I had Blur. So this happened with your ISA team right now. So I'm bringing it up.
Love it.
I had follow-up boss. I was going to share my screen when Barry was talking, and I had it logged on, and I'm just going to take you through it right now to show you what happened. Okay. It's funny and it's cool at the same time with follow-up boss, Power ISA. So here's my YLOPO. YLOPO leads come into follow-up boss. So I wanted to bring it up with Barry. You see, our follow-up boss account has 76,000 contacts.
Nice, man.
And that's who you're calling. But what I did, because I wanted to kind of blur out everybody's info, right? I went over to here and I went to power ups and I blur mode it. So I went to people and it blurs their phone number, right? So now I can do a whole
nice.
presentation. So now it's like you can't read any of their information. I left it on. And guess what happened? Well,
oops.
your ISAs reached out to follow-up boss and they're like, hey guys, we can't see anything. Blur mode's on. Can you please remove it? So that's how I thought that was funny.
There you go. That's key. That's key.
Yeah, man. And for those of you who don't know Gus has been running Power ISA for a long time. His background's all engineering. He has an amazing company that calls all of our incoming leads and a lot of other things. Gus, tell us about your company and what you're going to talk about.
Thanks so much, Tristan. I appreciate that. Yeah, so Gus with Power ISA, we've been around since 2015. Have served about 1,300 real estate, mortgage investors, and all in the real estate space. That's our niche. And we help them, like Tristan said, we help them make the calls. We help them make that part of the process. And again, all these, if you watch it today, been a lot of great presentations on the AI, the automation, the tools. The one thing that all of these companies will tell you, and it's YLOPO and it's Chime and Follow Boss will tell you, we've got all these tools, these amazing platforms now to get people's attention. But if you don't pick up the phone, right? Don't pick up the phone, you're not going to make anything happen, right? At the end of the day, you still need that. You still need that. So far, summer of 2023, in a few years, who knows, right? But right now, you're not going to get the results you expect without picking up the phone and making those calls. And Power ISA helps you do that, right? We help make sure we have those conversations, two-way conversations happen, whether they're in that inbound lead conversion space, outbound lead generation space, whatever it is, we help you make it happen. So what I want to talk about today's topic, and it's a monster. I looked at it and I go, we have like 25 minutes to do this. I'm like, oh my God, I'll do my best, folks. I will do my best. You're going to get a copy of the deck. And if you have any questions about it, I'll be happy to answer them within the Facebook group or outside of that too, because it's a monster presentation. I'm going to do my best to get into it. If people have questions, I'm going to drill down into those things. So definitely make sure you're sending out your questions. If you want me to stop and spend a little bit more time on any one of these things. The topic for today is, and let me share my screen because I know somebody. Can you guys turn that on? The screen sharing thingy, Bob?
Jake, that's going to be you, buddy. Let us know.
Can you enable the screen share? Well, anyways, the presentation today is 4 ways you can prospect for sellers right now in this market, 100%, right? So that is the topic of the moment. It's important. I'll talk about why that's important. That's what I'm talking about today. Can you guys see that now?
I can see it. Gus, can you do us a favor? Because I'm going to forget. Once you're done, send this over to us because we're going to give this away so people don't snapshot it as much.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. I want to avoid people snapshotting these things. You don't need to. We're going to provide that to you guys. Don't worry about it. Pay attention and ask any questions you guys have got, right? And for this presentation, I'm using the Tristan definition of prospecting, right? The Tristan definition, because a lot of people think that prospecting is necessarily cold calling. Not necessarily. I read a great book about that topic saying that prospecting is another word for connecting with people, right? So I'm going to go over 4 different ways you can connect with people to generate sellers right now. Why is this such an important topic? Because check it out, right? All the forecasts that we had this year and next year got revised in the last 90 days. Why? Because we're seeing right now this week, as we're seeing interest rates go above 7%, we're seeing inventory levels drop, right? Unexpected. We didn't expect this to happen. Like this data is from Zillow, but CoreLogic, Case-Shiller, they all said the same things. They said, hey, this year's year-over-year appreciation went from 1% to almost 5%, right? In that revision. We expect prices to go up this year. I did not have that on my bingo card. I got this information from you, Tristan, right? If between April and May this year, out of 100 metro areas, one of them saw a price decrease, okay? Out of 100 metro areas, this is the peak spring buying and selling season in the country. One market saw decreasing prices. That's Austin. Sorry, Austin, had to call you out, my bad. Next one, out of 200, this is from Realtor.com, out of 200 top metros, 99% of them saw listings go down this year, okay? Listings going down. We're seeing this in the market of today. There's only two, if this number is accurate, there's only two markets that saw listings actually go up. Sorry, Austin, and the other one's probably, Las Vegas or Phoenix, right? So other than those markets, everyone is in some kind of a inventory crunch, right? And if you look at just a typical, this is like active list, this is from Realtor.com, this is from the Fed, but the data is from Realtor.com. If you look at where we are inventory-wise, right? At about, 500 to 600,000 active listings. Look where we were the summer before the pandemic, 1.2 million active listings. We're not even at half of the summer inventory we used to have before the pandemic. All of these things are accurate. All of these things are correct. What does it mean? We've got to go out there and look for more inventory, okay? We've got to go out there and find more properties to sell. I'm here to tell you the top 4 ways that clients of Power ISA and top agents in the industry are doing this right now. Not from a year ago, not from 8 months ago. 2023, summer of 2023, these 4 ways are working to generate listings in this market, the shifting market that we're in right now. So let's jump right into it. Option number 1, folks, tried and true. I love asking this question with an LCA. I ask this question in LCA probably 2 to 3 times a year, okay? Where'd your last listing come from? When I see someone that just asked that, well, I won't ask it right away, but I love looking at this question, right? Because it usually gets 100, 200, 300 replies. And I look at almost every one of those comments because I want to see, did someone say something different, something interesting? What do people say? Usually, and I've counted this pretty accurately, about 70 to 80% of people that answer this question say that their last listing came from their database. Sphere of influence, friends and family, past clients, people they went to school with and from high school, their neighbors, people they went to church with. That is where they got their last listing. So I want to start here because this is where you can really build a massive business. Your database is your business. Of course, it's not just a way to build your business. It is the highest ROI of any lead generation activity, okay? Highest ROI of any lead generation activity. Why? Because it only costs you your time. You don't have to buy a dialer to call your database. You usually just pick up the phone and call, right? You can just use social media and message people. You can just connect with them. That is why database is such a high ROI activity, okay? So, people who should be in your database, really simple, folks. This is your Met database. Don't confuse this with other things. I'll talk about other kinds of databases later. But your Met database, friends, family, past clients, co-workers, people that are out of state, et cetera, okay? Anyone that if you called or texted them would know who you are. That is your database. But here's the biggest problem with that, because everyone's heard of database. I understand that. But most people do not get 10 to 15% referrals every year from your database. Most people don't get, most people are nowhere near that, okay? And you might not know this, but in my first years in real estate, I only did database. This is before I started with ISAs. I didn't do ISAs, I didn't do prospecting yet. But my first 3-4 years in the business, all I did was call a list of 200 people, and I would get about 25 to 30 deals a year from that list of 200 people every single year, right? So that, for me, that was a 15%, return, right? Referrals to people in your database. 10% is great. If you can get 10%, that's an amazing amount. But the real question is how, okay? So I'm going to jump right into this. How do you properly market to a database? Because a lot of people are saying, Gus, I've got 500 people in my database and they gave me 1 deal last year. What are you talking about? What do you mean properly marketed? I'm going to jump right into that, right? You should have a minimum of 200 people in your database. That's usually the first problem for some agents. They've got like 30 people in their database, 100 people in their database. Folks, I came from outside the country. I went to Seattle, and by living and working in Seattle, I got a database of 200 people that knew, liked, and trusted me, okay? If you're born in the US, your first language is English, and you know you're there, I mean, you should have more than 200 people in your database. 200 should be the minimum. And I did this. Actually, I'm pretty sure it was on a webinar with a top producer out of Oklahoma, Brett Boone. He said, and he's a master cold caller, by the way. He's a guy that built his business on, you know, for sub by owner and expired. But now that he has a 30-person team, his number one lead source is database. Okay, database. No one can join his team without bringing a list of 200 people, name, address, phone number, and you know, contact information, right? Email. No one can join his team without 200 people in that list because Brett knows how to properly market to a database. He doesn't trust the agents to do it. He goes, if you join my team, we're going to do it, right? Together. And that is going to yield a 10% return every single year. So he loves having
that
30
idea.
people.
I really
it's a
love
great,
that idea.
it's a great, I mean, but it's a really high standard when you think about it. But to him, it's like, that's just to get started. Before you even join the team, you've got to have that built out. I think that's brilliant. So the next thing is you got to make sure you've got complete contact information. You want to get them on a multiple touch program. But here's this is the thing I want you to take away from this talk, right? You can get the automation, the emails, you can do the social media posting, all of these things, right? But the biggest thing that moved the needle for me, we're having 4 client events every single year, okay? And you've got a bunch of options to do these client events. It can be in person, it can be virtual, it could be an ice cream social at your office. This is really, I did a movie night one time. I was living in an apartment at the time and I rented out the little movie theater and I had popcorn. That was my event, right? Once I had more budget, more deals, I did drinks at a local restaurant, drinks and snacks, and I did a picnic in the park. I rented out a skating rink. This is Seattle. I rented out a skating rink and people could bring their families. You can build it up, but ultimately, what really matters, what matters the most, because the actual event, I'll be honest with you, doesn't matter as much, okay? The actual event doesn't matter as much as long as it's interesting and valuable for your community. What matters is this, okay? Making the call to invite them to the event. That's the game, okay? That is the game changer. I'm bringing that from, you know, I'm bringing my Box Brownie vibes. It is the game changer, right? It is the touches. I know it is blast from the past.
Changer.
Wait,
hold on, Gus. Hold on,
changer.
damn it. You need a slide right before this one that just says game changer.
You know, and
And
I
then-
had the
and then
time.
do that.
I had the time to do it, man. Drop the ball. I dropped the ball. That would have been a good. That would have been a good screenshot to send over. But,
Jake
you know,
said we need a game changer T-shirt.
that's true. I love that. That's a great
So-
phrase. You know, this is the game changer is this: giving yourself a great reason to call your database, because so many agents, they don't want to call. I get it. I have empathy with that. They avoid it. They don't like it. No one likes it. No, to be clear, I had a 15% return on referrals to 200 people. I did not enjoy those calls. They're not easy calls to make for me. Having
True.
an event to invite people to made that call 10 times easier. Okay. For me, 10 times easier. Invite them to the event. Lead with value, right? Right. Come from contribution. The client event will add value. And then you have the opportunity to make the ask. And the ask is very simple. Tristan, I'd love to invite you to the blah, blah event. Can you make it? Maybe yes, maybe no. Who cares? And Tristan, by the way, as always, I'd love your help building my business, right? Do you know anyone? Do you happen to know anyone that might be thinking of buying or selling or having any kind of real estate need over the next year? Can you think of anyone, right? That's the reason for the call, folks. That's the whole point. And once people either confirm or say they're not going to go to the event, you can have additional touches, like reminding them of the event, reminding them the day before. You're seeing them at the event, sending them a thank you card for attending the event. People, you can actually have multiple touches out of each one of the events. You should have 4 of them per year, okay? If you happen to be in a situation where you have a larger database, I'd love to tell this story real quick. This is Rodolfo and Shannon out of Seattle. They hired an ISA full-time just to call Rodolfo's database within Seattle because his personal Met database was almost 10,000 people in Seattle, okay? So just by actually giving people a call, because Rodolfo's one of those guys, and I'm not making this up, I swear. I went to dinner with him. We couldn't even get to the table because he was saying hi to everybody. This is in South Seattle, Burien area. And
Okay.
they were giving him his business, like giving him cards, saying hi. He was talking to everybody. And at the end of the dinner, he like bragged to me, hey, he collected like 10 business cards. The ones that are bent at the corner are listings I have to go take. Okay. Listings he had to go walk in and take because he had connected with those folks. He was a very famous
Oh.
listing agent. And all he needed to do was reach out to folks. So people, this is the kind of guy where people are coming to him, right? So, but he never called his database, never intentionally. He had an ISA call his database. He had 55 listing appointments within the first 60 days.
Well,
Because
think about how you're
Amazing.
reaching out to people. I mean, you do this so well. Your team does this so well, right? The ISAs. By the way, I mentioned Power ISA in the book as well because we do use them.
I love that.
I
Cool.
think
What
the
book?
idea
This
is-
book? You're talking about this book? This here?
that book, that book, buddy, that book.
Look at it.
The key is that you're offering value from the very beginning. You're training people from the beginning as to how you're going to communicate, right? That's it.
100%. That's it. And if you and you know, it makes the conversation easier. It makes making the call easier. You know, Tristan, this phone can weigh 10,000 pounds when it's time to call your database. It's hard to do. I have empathy for that, right? But doing it can be huge for your business. Let's move right along to prospecting, right? And this is, when I mean prospecting in this context, it is cold calling, cold outreach. This is the second most profitable way to generate sellers, okay? Right? Because it has some of the highest converting sources, expired listings, for sale by owner listings, withdrawn and canceled listings, right? It is much easier to scale than your database. That's the one thing about database, right? It's really challenging to double the size of your database from one year to the next. Very hard to do, because it's built on relationships and it's built on spending time with folks, right? Doubling the amount of prospecting cold calls you make, you can do that from one year to the next. You can double the amount of people you talk to with outbound prospecting, okay? So it's very different in that sense, okay? I know a lot of people hate calling expired and FSBO. Like, oh my God, that again. I don't want to do that. Well, I have good news. That's not the only kind of cold calling you can do. There are more lead sources that you can talk, and I'm going to mention them in a second. And here's another thing, Tristan, okay? It is way easier to make these calls right now, the summer of 2023, than it was 6 months ago, okay? And I hear this from my clients in my coaching sessions every week. They're telling me, Gus, you're absolutely right, because put yourself in the mindset of a canceled or expired seller, right? From a year ago, okay? A lot of these sellers tried to sell last summer, last fall, last winter. And where was the market going last fall, last summer, last winter? It was going down in some areas very rapidly, okay? So they feel they missed the mark. They feel they missed the top of the market and they're kicking themselves, right? Well, if you call some of those folks, right? Because all they're seeing in the headlines, Tristan, is recession and is the market crashing today or tomorrow and the 7% interest rates and oh my God, this is impossible. And if you call them, right, a potential seller, motivated seller from a year ago, and you give them the good news that we've been seeing 3, 4, 5 months of positive price movement, you're going to surprise them. The odds are they're not going to know that, okay? So you should be reaching out to as many of these folks as possible on a daily basis and finding the ones that are woefully misinformed and updating them of the market of today, okay? So to get ready to make these calls, you need 3 things: data, dialers, scripting, okay? Data, by the way, we'll talk about this in a few minutes, Red X, right? So, hey, by the way, people that are in the talk right now, ask Red X about their Geo Leads product, right? Yeah, my opinion, they have the best Geo Leads product out there right now. People should ask about that in the next talk for Tyler, right? Tyler, there you go. So you got to get some data, you got to get a dialer, you got to get your script, and you got to get calling. This is how an ISA can help, because a lot of people hire ISAs for this scenario, the cold outreach scenario. And I want to give one quick note, okay? This is something, this is different than what most people use ISAs for, or what they think they should be using an ISA for. We call this model shaking the tree. And I did not come up with that term. This came from Coach John D. Smith, from Coach Brandon Mulrenin, like big guys in the cold calling space, because they've been through a lot of ISAs and they know how this works. And a big mistake agents make when they hire an ISA is that I'm going to hire an ISA and they're going to call the expired and send a bunch of listing appointments for me, and I'm going to go attend these. and I'm going to be golden. And that's not how it works. Okay. I wish it worked that way. It were that easy. You give Gus your credit card and a bunch of listing appointments show up the next day. I know, man. I mean, bane of my existence. But the real goal should be for the ISA. They're doing cold outreach, right? They are doing lead generation. They're taking a cold list, unmet, uncontacted for you, and they're generating qualified sellers. Okay. They should be generating qualified sellers. What does that mean? It means they're calling, and I don't care whether it's absentee owner, expired, withdrawn, for sale by owner. They're calling these sellers. They are qualifying them to make sure there's still motivation to sell, right? If you got a great offer, if you got more money than you expected, would you still sell this property, right? Great. Are you open to hearing what Tristan has to say to get your home sold? Because, and then you have to go lead source specific. The answer to that question is different, whether it's a for sale by owner, an absentee, and expired. But they just qualify them. If you got a great offer, would you still be willing to sell? Would you be willing to listen to my agent to see what we can do to get that property sold? And right now, in the summer, right now, it might be going for more than you anticipated. Would you like to hear more about that, right? What we do to get homes sold in this market. And that is what your ISA should be doing, okay?
I love that.
It should be calling 100, 200, 300 people every day, asking that question and handing off, shaking the tree and handing off those motivated sellers over to the agent. Because it's in my opinion, Tristan, it's the agent's job to then build that rapport, present themselves to the seller, and show them why they should meet and why it makes sense, okay? Because of the market, because of what you can do for them, because of their opportunity, and they should go meet at the property. I've seen this be a much more successful model than expecting the ISA to duke it out with an expired seller, for sale by owner seller, an absentee owner, and get them the listing appointment ready to go, right? That just doesn't happen. This model you can have a lot of success with because the ISA is generating leads. The ISA is in lead generation role, okay? Lead generation role. And they're getting these hand raiser sellers ready to go, okay? So I'm gonna breeze bypass this. Old expireds and for sale by owner, this is the kind of approach you want to take. It's all about motivation, time frame, the opportunity, and the curiosity. Hey, the market's improving, right? Why are you not getting any offers on this property, right? You should be getting more offers on this property. Get their curiosity going. When we're talking about absentee owners, okay? The big thing about absentee owners, Tristan, is that they get bombarded, but from investors, okay? Real estate agents typically don't call these folks. Very little, nothing compared to the expired and the for sale by owner, okay? Absentee owners mostly get called by investors, and investors, in case you didn't know, they don't want to give you the highest and best value. They just don't, okay? So you have to differentiate yourself from those investors and start that conversation. Would they like to get highest and best for that property? If they got a great offer, would they be willing to talk to an agent, okay? And last but not least, good old circle prospecting. Man, we've done, I think, a couple webinars on this topic already this year because it's so successful.
Yep.
If, and there's a big if here, if you can talk to 20, 30 new people every day, circle prospecting can work for you. That's the biggest, if with circle prospecting. If you can get call flow, contact flow in your area, circle prospecting can be huge. I've got some case studies here. Brittany Davis, 2 seller leads per day. So her ISA was making these calls. She would get 2 qualified sellers, which means confirmed homeowner, confirmed address, confirmed contact information, phone and email, and motivation to sell. That is a qualified seller, and 3 listing appointments per week. So she was getting 10 leads, right, a week, and she could get 3 listing appointments a week from those leads, right, with her ISA. And she was focusing on for sale by owners. Kent Brown, Jonathan Tiedemann. So Kent Brown, expired master. Jonathan Tiedemann, circle prospecting guy, and Ben Riles, he's an absentee owner guy. So check these out. All of these testimonials and case studies came from the last 6 months, okay? This is not stuff that was working in 2022. That doesn't work anymore, right? This is the market of today. You should check these out, and you'll have them in the slide deck we're going to send out, okay? So got about 1 minute to cover internet leads, right? So real quick, I'm going to jump here to the end, right? Because you have we're talking about sellers, right? So when you talk about seller lead generation on internet ads, internet leads, you've only got a few options, right? You're either going to do home valuation ads, you're going to do lead magnet ads, or you're going to buy Google pay-per-click how much is my home worth kind of keywords. That's essentially it. There's more, but that's the overwhelming majority of the market. This can be challenging for a few reasons, right? These ads, the seller focus, I mean, they work, no doubt, but they cast a very wide net as well, okay? The conversion rate tends to be lower on a seller-focused ad versus a buyer-focused ad. And the cost per lead, the cost per acquisition, it's just higher, right? Because you're going through a different route. One thing that we did at Power ISA, we had a hypothesis, right? We believe every single home seller is also a buyer. That is true in almost every case. Not every buyer is a seller, for sure, but almost every seller is a buyer, right? And we want to make sure, how true could that be? We did an experiment. We got about a dozen different clients to try this out. Said, you know what? Try these Facebook ad campaigns, US and Canada. We'll help you run them, right? We'll do it for you for free. We want to generate and want to analyze the data, okay? So I'm going to jump into the results of this. We ran these kinds of ads for them in their area, focused on their market. And the results were kind of surprising for us. 51% of the leads we generated out of 706 leads, right? 12 different markets. 51% said they were homeowners, okay? And this is a buyer-focused ad. This is a homes list focused ad. 51% said they weren't renters. They were homeowners, right? We asked this up front before we got any information from them. That was something we asked them. We got 51%. And as we compare these results with other folks in the market, they told us 40 to 50% is typical for most markets, right? 40 to 50% are going to have a home. They're going to be a homeowner. Whether they have the home to sell or not, that's something you got to ask them. But I think these numbers are very encouraging because I believe that focusing more on buyer leads can actually yield more sellers than people anticipate. So that's pretty much it, Tristan. That's what I got. I think we're pretty much out of time, but I mean, I'd love to jump in and talk about a giveaway.
Yes, you have a giveaway. You have one giveaway, right?
Yes. One.
Okay.
Well, we can actually. Well, we have one thing to give away. We can give up to. How many people can we give this to? It's a digital product.
I don't know. Maybe like if you want to extend it, maybe three. Maybe to three.
Good. Three is good. We'll do 3.
Okay. Then what is it first? Tell me what it is.
So what it is our scripts pack. We have our scripts pack, right? So we're going to give away our database prospecting script for your own database. We're going to give away our circle prospecting script in case you want to give that a try. And we're going to give away this last one, our inbound Facebook lead conversion script. Okay. So a Power ISA scripts pack. We're going to give it away. We've never bundled the 3 of these together before. We're going to give it away on this webinar.
I like that. Okay, so then what's the question? What are people going to answer? Ask a question to see if they were paying attention or a generalized question that you want. And then Nick can pick 3 of the winners here.
What are one of the examples that I gave for great client events to help you prospect your database? What are some of the examples that I gave for great client events to prospect your database?
Oh, people were paying attention.
Oh,
yeah.
They do.
Ice cream, movie night, ice skating.
They got it. They got it.
Dungeons and Dragons night. I saw that. That's really good. I didn't know you talked about that, Gus.
Dungeons and Dragons.
I'm just messing with you. I'm just messing with you.
I'm like, holy cow. Those are inside words.
Picnic.
Not outside words.
Movie night with popcorn, Gus, right?
Yeah. It was movie night, ice cream social, drinks at drinks and snacks at a local restaurant. It was ice skating rink rental. It was movie night as well. So yeah, we got those were the examples that we gave. So if you can help me select 3 lucky winners out of the folks that answered that would be great.
Yeah. Okay. I'm doing that, Gus. Thank you for that question. We're gonna type in who Heather McBride.
Wait, hold on a second. It's a digital file.
It's a download. Yes, digital download.
Does it? I mean, why can't we just give it to everyone who's on here? I don't understand.
So I mean that's a great question. I think we can. I actually think we can give it to anyone and everyone.
Do you want to do that?
That wants it. Absolutely. Absolutely.
I mean, that would help. That would help Gus, and it would also help our.
Hold on then.
I'm seeing the comments still come in. I'm like, you know what? Let's just do it. Let's give it to everybody.
Yeah, it's not like you have to send anything in the mail. It's email.
100%. Thank you so much. Nick. I'm hanging
Everyone
out with you.
wins. Look, everyone, check underneath your seats right now.
Everyone's a
Click your
winner.
Digital download right
You
now.
get a script.
Yeah, you get a script and you get a script.
You too. All
Guys,
right.
that's
I
never
love it,
gonna
guys.
get old. I love that. That's never gonna get old.
Love it, guys. Thank you so much for having me on here. I appreciate the opportunity, folks.
Wait, Gus, how do we get the link?
Yeah, you
Oh,
gotta
my
send
bad. Oh, I thought we were
Guys,
gonna send it out to.
just send it to Case and Sandra,
All
and
right.
they'll send it out.
Yeah, we'll send it
Game
out with the
changer.
deck.
Thanks, Cindy.
It'll be a game-changing link that we're going to send out together with the deck. So will you, everyone, how about this, guys? Will we send it to attendees only or everyone like registers?
I don't know
What
if
do you
we
guys
can
think?
separate attendees only on Zoom. Can you?
Attendees
Well,
only.
Yes.
Can you do that
boom.
though?
Lucky
Does Zoom let you do that?
It does, for sure.
Oh,
It
okay.
does.
Then we'll send it to attendees. Okay.
Love it. There we go. Attendees only.
Jake's like, we'll
attendees
figure it
only.
out.
Yes. Absolutely.
guys.
Thanks, guys.
Let me stop sharing. There we go. Thanks, guys. All right, Tyler Fenn with Red X. What's up, brother? How are you?
Hey guys, how is everybody? Can you
Dude,
hear
we're
me?
just
Doing
having
well, doing
fun,
well.
man. We can hear you. We can see you. You've got a blurred background, so we can't see the beautiful snowy mountains in Utah.
You know, you say that snowy. It's the middle of August. There is still snow on the mountains right now. That's how much snow we had this year. It was
Dude,
crazy.
I had a webinar with Robert yesterday, and he still had snow. I was like, what's going on? That's how I knew.
Are you
It's
giving
nuts.
away a ski trip?
I'm not giving away a ski trip, but I'll make
Oh,
you a deal.
okay, I thought-
Anybody wants to fly out here,
I
I'll
was
tag
here for the
along and go
ski trip.
skiing
I
with
don't know
you.
what was. I was here
I'll
for
go
the.
skiing with you.
I was here for the all expenses paid ski trip
Uh,
to Utah.
Right now, it's really good fly fishing if you want to come to Utah.
Oh,
Ski-
all right.
So give
You
give
know.
it a few months.
Uh,
Skiing will be back
Into
up.
that kind of thing.
Tyler, what are we giving away at the end so people can even pay more attention? They've been paying attention. but what are we giving away?
That's really awesome. Hey, I look at Gus. Gus promoting Red X Geo Leads right there. Way to go,
Dude,
man.
I
I appreciate
know.
that. We're gonna give away 30 days of Geo Leads and Ad Builder. So, and I'm gonna
Oh.
give it to 2 people. So, so we'll give away Geo Leads for people to use for 30 days. That gives you 2,500 Geo Leads lookups, and we will we'll throw Ad Builder into that so that they can practice some of the things that we're going to talk about here.
Yeah, ad
That's
builder's
pretty awesome,
sweet.
bro. I love that. All right, everyone. Tyler Fenn, Red X winning listing strategy for today's market. Tyler, where do we start with that?
Okay, so here's can you give me access to share my screen?
Yep. But first, let me show you a pirate. Have you ever been on the Pirates of the Caribbean ride at Disney?
Of course I have. Who hasn't? Oh,
There you go. Just wanted to show.
no,
Since-
That
not
was
bad.
so. That was so random.
That
Well,
was
I was
random.
trying to give him time to.
I've also got pirates killing
Co-host.
crossbones on my shirt.
There you go.
So what Tristan doesn't know is I love Disneyland. So speaking my
Yeah.
language, bro.
I love that. Jake says, see, Jake got it. Tristan giving me cover. I was giving him cover. That was it. All right.
Okay,
Tyler, you're on.
let me see how I can do this here. I've got multiple screens and Zoom. I want to share this one over here.
Does Nick need to show us his new hat?
You have a
There you
nice
go.
hat
New
there,
hat?
Nick. A new one.
He's got a new one.
I got to do. It's not. It's downstairs, so I'm not gonna go get it.
Oh, that's all right. Okay, so you guys should see my screen listing strategies for 2023,
We got,
Nope.
got you.
or are you
Except-
looking at a different one?
No, we
It
see it.
looks, it just looks tiny for some reason.
Oh, I see it big.
Okay. We're good.
Okay, well let's jump in here. So disclaimer: normally I take an hour to go through all this content, so I'm gonna like chop and splice, and we're gonna try to get through it here really quickly. So here we go. Ready? I had my caffeine before we jumped on here, so I'm set to go here. So we're going to talk about listing strategies for 2023. I mean, there were some great things that Gus was saying right as I jumped on the last few minutes. that are actually really applicable to some of the things we're going to talk about here, which is awesome. So let's jump in there. Hey, there's a picture of me. If you want to follow me online, there you can go. There you can, there's Instagram stuff right there. But here's what we're going to talk about: the listing strategy. Okay. There's 4 pillars to an excellent listing strategy built upon the foundation of an audience. Those lead to connection and listings. So we're going to talk about these things right here. The foundation, and this is probably, guys and gals, the most important thing when marketing, is getting in front of the right people, right? That is so crucial, that we're getting in front of the right people. We know in the marketplace, we know that about 4% of the people in our marketplace are going to transact every year. And given market conditions, that'll fluctuate here and there. But typically it's low single-digit percentages are going to transact every single year. And a lot of times when I'll talk to people and I'll say, who are you trying to target as an agent? They go, well, everybody in my marketplace. And while I understand the reasoning behind that, the truth is that's not a great marketing strategy. If your target audience is everyone, it means that your limited ad and marketing budget and dollars and time and resources are going to 96% of people that have no interest or need or use for our services in the next 12 months, right? So the truth is, we really want to narrow it down and get in front of the right people. To look at it a different way, instead of a pie chart, look at it like this. If this is the funnel for gathering listings, you have people at the top of the funnel that are just looking. And then you have people that go, well, maybe, in the next year we're going to sell. And then you go the people that go, yeah, we've got to sell. And then there's people that are ready to connect with a realtor. And ultimately, you want to spend your limited marketing resources on the people that are closest to a transaction. Now, this doesn't mean we want to negate our past client list. But again, if we're trying to close transactions in the next 12 months, targeting the right audience with your marketing efforts is the way to do that. So let's look at a couple of things here. If you're going to refer to the people that are looking to buy or sell in the next 12 months, your CRM and your database is likely one of the most valuable resources that you can go to. And shout out to people that have a method of prospecting and follow-up that generates listings from your sphere of influence, because there are a tremendous amount of realtors out there that go, I just don't even know what to do. I just don't even know what to say to get in front of these people. And we're not going to dive into that here in this particular webinar, but that is a crucial part of your business. I bought my home 10 years ago. I used an excellent realtor to do it. Guess how many times he followed up with me, Tristan, since closing on my home 10 years ago? That many times, right? And that's, unfortunately, he was a great realtor. I would have used him again. I won't anymore because of that particular lack of communication here. So your CRM and your database, this is your past clients, your offline network. We're going to talk a little bit about what that means, and your online network, your followers, your subscribers,
Tyler,
your friends on social media.
Tyler, your realtor, he's on this call. He says hello.
Hi, buddy.
that was
Please, my number hasn't changed. Give me a buzz.
Just kidding. I was kidding.
Yeah, you made me laugh, Nick. That was good.
That was pretty good, Nick. Buyers and sellers in the next 12 months, right? These are people that we know are going to transact, expireds, for sell by owners. Those are the people that are right now trying to get their home sold. Pre-foreclosures, people that are in a tight situation that may need the assistance of a professional to help. High turnover neighborhoods, right? You have these phases of neighborhood turnover. A new homeowner buys a home on average every 7 years, which means for the first 30 years or so of the neighborhood, you can see these ebbs and flows that year 7, 14, 21, 28. And after that, things start to get muddled and it kind of pans out. And vacant rental properties. We want to find people that are paying a mortgage on something that they hope to have renters in that maybe they don't. These are excellent areas for you to go if you're trying to target people that are going to sell in the next 12 months. Now, the bottom line here is we want to spend less time, money, and energy on those people who are not going to transact this year. We want to increase the return on our investment by only advertising to those closest to a transaction. Now, if you have an unlimited marketing budget, then disregard everything that I'm saying. Go put your name on every billboard, park bench, bus stop, every direct mailer, because you have an unlimited budget. But for the rest of us that have a finite marketing budget, these right here on screen are the principles that we want to try to live by. We want to increase the ROI and decrease the spend to places where it's not bringing that ROI. So again, foundation, normally I spend an hour on this and I could actually spend a whole hour just talking about targeting the right audience. We're going to keep moving through here quick. The key is if you're not targeting the right people, then all of these other things that we're going to talk about are going to produce less results. So it starts with that foundation of targeting the right people. So let's talk about paid advertising strategies. Okay, Seth Godin, anticipated, personal, and relevant advertising always does better than unsolicited junk. We don't want to just put information out there for the masses. We want to create relevant messages that will get in front of the right people, that will create an emotional response for that person. That's what we're trying to do here. Think of it like this. If you could blanket a neighborhood and go, hey, there's certain people in each one of these areas that have different needs in real estate. Well, if I could get a particular message specific to each one of those, can you see the value that that would bring back in the communication that comes back to you? If I just blanket a message out to the whole world and go, hey, I'm a realtor, if you need me, use me, how does that change versus a message to an expired listing that goes, hey, did your home not sell? Well, let me tell you the top 3 reasons why homes are not selling in the marketplace right now. Well, now all of a sudden that homeowner goes, oh, wow, that paid advertising that's coming to me is really relevant. And that's a really valuable thing. There are 2.93 billion, almost 3 billion unique monthly users on Facebook, almost more than a third of the world's population. So when you think of it like that, you get guys and gals, if you're not on social media, sending the right message to the right people, then you are missing out, right? We want to make sure that we're getting in front of those people very, very specifically. So let me show you how to create an ad. There was some cool stuff that we were learning from Gus, right, as I jumped on here, which was awesome. I wish I'd jumped on previously and heard a little bit more, but let me show you how to create the right ad for the right people. Because in my experience, and Tristan and Nick, I'm sure you guys can confirm, you go, hey, go create ads, and people go, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to put in that ad. So I'm going to take you through a really quick exercise. So please grab your pens right now because I'm going to go fast through this. This is an easy exercise to create the right ad for the right people. So let's say your target audience for this ad is expired listings in your marketplace. You want to create a Facebook or an Instagram ad for all the expired listings in your marketplace. Here's the first thing you have to outline. What is the problem they face? Okay, what is the problem? Well, their home didn't sell. We know that. What are they feeling as a result of that problem? Well, expired listings are probably pretty discouraged. They're probably feeling some regret about the decisions they made and maybe the agent that they used and maybe the timing of the market. They're going to feel some discouragement, regret, frustration, those types of things. And then you want to outline what is it that they're thinking, and not just one frame of mind. What are the multiple things that they think? Well, I wish I'd listed a year ago, or man, I lost so much money on trying to do it this way, or why are there so many agents calling me after my home expired? Where are all these agents when my house was listed on the market, right? Maybe I'll just try it on my own. Maybe I'll just go FSBO. You know, if an agent can't do it, then you know I've got just as much luck. So again, you want to start. Who's your audience? What's the problem they face? What's the audience feeling? And then what are they thinking? Okay, from there, you're going to do. You're going to take a few more steps in this exercise. You're going to go, what do they need to feel in order to take action? Well, they've got to feel hope. They've got to feel like there's still a chance that their home can sell. They've got to feel like they haven't missed the bus, right? Those are the things that an expired listing is going to have to feel. And what can you, as an agent, say to make them feel hope? Well, just because you missed the peak doesn't mean you can't get what you need out of the sale of your house. Or timing the market is luck, but you don't have to be unlucky twice. Better to sell now than wait for more economic issues. If only this many agents were contacting you a few months ago, right? Those are the things that you can say to make them go, oh, yeah, actually, that makes me feel a little hopeful. The second to the last thing here is, what is the solution that you can offer? What do they need to do in order to solve the problem? And what is the call to action to get them to take the necessary steps? This is an easy exercise that you can go through when creating an ad online to make sure that it's a relevant message to the right audience. Because again, what Seth Godin said back here, let's put it back here. Anticipated, personal, and relevant advertising always does better than unsolicited junk. So we want to go through that exercise. And then when you go into Meta and you go create an ad, you're just going to simply plug the different sections of that exercise into the different sections of that ad. This is the anatomy of an ad. Your page name, the primary description, well, this is what feelings they're feeling and experiencing. Man, wish you'd had this many calls from agents when your home was on the market, question mark. And they're going to read that. Headline, here's what they're thinking. You're frustrated because you think you missed the boat selling your home. And then maybe a video validating their feelings. A solution description. Here's what you have to do to take action to solve the problem. And here's the next step. Here's the button, the call to action. So that short exercise that we went through can now take that information and get it in front of the right people. We're going to skip a couple of those real quick. Let's look at organic social media. I'm going to come back to those slides because frankly, I put them in the wrong spot. So we're going to come back to those in just a second. Let's talk about organic social media because again, paid ad strategy, we can get out there, we can target the people that we want to target, we can upload our expireds and create a custom audience and make sure that we're getting directly in front of those people. But what about organic social media? How does that affect getting in front of the right people? Well, attention, here's what you have to remember, guys and gals. Attention is the highest form of currency on the internet. People will give their attention, but they expect something in return. They expect entertainment, education, motivation, or validation. They expect one of those four things. And if you are putting content out there and not getting it in return, and not giving one of those things, they will not give you their attention over and over and over. So you have to keep in mind that everything that you put out online, all of the content that you put out there, if you're not entertaining, educating, motivating, or validating, you will not gain followers. You will not have an impression on people. That's why we love cat videos, because they're so entertaining, right? I see.
Yeah, cat and dancing bird videos. I love those.
Right, or mixed match species that have a friendship, right? Like a kangaroo and a dog. Yeah. Tristan, I think we're thinking the same thing here, bro. Okay, so you got to remember that, guys and gals. Everything that you're trying to do is garner attention, but you can't get it if you're not doing one of those things. So I might offend some people right here, but if your social media strategy right now consists of posting your listings from the MLS onto your Facebook page and posting pictures of your clients whose homes sold recently, stop doing that, because it's not doing any of these things for the people that are viewing your social media online. It's not entertaining, educating, motivating, or validating. And so we can tell it's not working because the engagement in those types of posts is generally really, really low. What should you do? Well, number one, video rules. Video is the best way to get your message out there right now. And even though there's a lot of short form content online right now, 85% of social media users say they want even more. They want to watch, listen, and be entertained, educated, and motivated through short form video content. So we need to make sure that we're getting out there and creating video content. Here's the other thing that's going to matter. You have to talk about more than one thing. If you only ever talk about real estate, you will actually lose attention. But if you talk about real estate and also happen to be the realtor that rides a Harley, and so every once in a while you post content about motorcycles, you're actually going to garner additional attention. And maybe you're the realtor that posts about Harleys who loves to ski. And as you post that content out there, you will actually garner more attention because people want to know who you really are. Here's a way that you can do that. You want to create what's called a topic wheel. Number one, real estate obviously should always be one of those topics. Another one should always be about you personally. People want to get to know, like, and trust you through the content that you post out there, which means they want to see the real you. A vulnerable post now and again is going to go a long way. And then pick 2 to 3 other topics and then follow a pattern to only create content that surrounds those 3 to 5 topics on a regular basis. Be authentic about who you are, and be passionate, because that's what will garner additional attention online in the future. Here are a few rules for creating great organic posts. Video rules: you want to have the multiple topics, and then you want to consistently post. This is really, really important, is that on a regular basis, you're posting content. If you go post 4 or 5 posts all within a couple of days and then wait 30 days to do it again, the algorithms are going to play against you. What we want to do is we want to follow the algorithms and how they work, which means we want to make sure that we're doing it as consistently as possible. If you post every 1 to 2 days, excellent. Follow that pattern from here on out. Time of day almost doesn't matter. Don't overthink that. Focus on a variety of the content. We talked about that. Post about all of your topics and then cross post to reels and stories and YouTube shorts, etc. You want to make sure that you're doing an actual post with that in addition to cross posting it through those other methods. Let's talk about offline advertising for just a minute here. So we've talked about paid advertising online, we've talked about organic social media, and then we talk about offline advertising, which often gets overlooked in today's digital age, but there is still a massive, massive opportunity for you to get out in front of people using some of these methods. So I've just bullet pointed a bunch of them here. Client events, actually, Gus talked about those as well. You can sponsor local festivals, art festivals, block parties, park days, farmers markets, local athletics. Get your name on a park bench or a bus stop, direct mail, the penny savers and coupon packs that go out there. Offer a free home valuation through one of those. These are your holiday gifts and cards to your database and your past clients. These are industry relationships and networking events. This is free seminars for first-time home buyers or people that are trying to buy their first rental property or short-term vacation rentals. This is your vehicle wraps, your yard signs, and more and more and more, right? These are all of the things that we do to invest in our business, your business cards that you hand out at the gas station and the grocery store. All of these things still have very, very relevant purpose in our markets today. Here's the key that you have to remember. When you combine these types of activities that you see on the screen right here, and then somebody goes online and they see your video that is relevant, personable, anticipated, then all of a sudden they start to go, oh, this realtor's everywhere. They must really know their stuff. And pretty soon they have enough interactions with you through multiple channels that they start to form a reputation about who you are. And that reputation becomes expert in the industry, somebody who knows what they're doing, the realtor that I want to use when it's time for me to transact. Pillar number 4 is prospecting, the proactive outreach. For those of you who may say cold calling is dead, I can strongly attest that it is not. But I can also confirm that when you combine prospecting with relevant advertising, both organic and paid on social media, it makes the calls easier. How awesome to target the expired listings in your marketplace with a video that says, hey, here's the top 3 reasons why homes aren't selling right now. And then pick up the phone and call that person and they go, oh man, Nick Baldwin, I know who this guy is. I've seen his videos online. Or imagine having an open house and somebody walking into the open house and going, holy cow, I follow you online. How cool. That's so neat that I get to meet you in person. It's the combination of multiple channels of exposure to your business to the right audience with the right message that will build a strong listing strategy for you. This is also getting out and knocking on doors. Did you know that over 50% of agents that net $250,000 every year in their business or more still say that door knocking has value and a consistent place in their business? Yeah, door knocking still gets the job done. Pretty amazing. Now, all of these things lead us to the human connection, right? So well, without having to go back, you can see up here in the left of the screen here, you can see this little icon here. We had a foundation. We had a foundation of targeting the right audience. And then we have these 4 pillars of garnering attention, getting in front of those people. Those lead to connection, which ultimately leads to garnering listings over and over and over. So let me give you a few things, guys and gals. Write these things down as quickly as you can, or screenshot, or whatever you need to do. I'm going to give you the things that you can do in the next 30 days to implement what I've talked about right here. Okay. Number 1, you need to be implementing an organic social media strategy that does it effectively and gets the right content out to the right people. You need to create a topic wheel, and then you need to publish 4 to 8 videos over the next 30 days. Authentic videos about you in the market. You want to record and produce 1 to 2 of those every single week. These do not have to be professional. Guys and gals, grab your phone, pull up the camera, point it at you, and hit start. Hit record, and simply start producing content that gets out there. Post it to Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, post it to YouTube Shorts, post it to your LinkedIn profile, get it out there and publish as both posts and then reels and stories, okay? Now, then what you can do is you can take your custom audiences, you can take your geo leads and your expireds and your past clients and your buyer leads from all of these different places, and you can upload those to Meta as a custom audience and boost that organic content directly to those people. Get that organic content about why homes aren't selling in front of expireds. Get the top 3 things that FSBOs need to know about contract negotiation or about the purchase contract, and create a 60-second video and get it out there to all of the FSBOs. Target those people very, very specifically. There are tools available to us built directly into Meta's platform to use Facebook and Instagram to target the people that we want to, with the lists of people that we already have. Start doing that. Now, here are 8 video prompts. If you want to screenshot this, guys and gals, please do. If you're still going, I don't even know what I would say about in a video, I'm going to give you 8 prompts right here. Each one of these should be 30 to 90 seconds tops. What is going on in the market right now? Number 2, why didn't my house sell when the market was hot? Number 3, is it a good time to buy or sell, or should I wait? 4, what are the 3 most important things to getting a good offer on your home? Number 5, what should you look for in a great real estate agent? Number 6, do an active listing tour. Simply just show people, say, hey, check out this sweet listing that I was able to tour today, and walk through and highlight a few key features in that property. Local guide. Share or showcase a local attraction or restaurant. Hey, I tried this new burger joint. It's amazing. Let me tell you where it's located and what their hours are. And then self-promotion. Tell people why you love real estate. Those are 8 videos that you can create right now that you can go post online over the next 4 weeks to start creating a great organic social media following to get you in front of the right people. Now, for paid advertising, guys and gals, if you're not targeting expired listings right now, you should be. They are a huge opportunity this year. Record 1 video introducing yourself to the expired leads. Upload your expired leads in your marketplace to the Facebook Ads Manager, and then give a call to action. It could be, hey, click here to get a list of 105 things to do to get your home sold, and type those up in a document that you can email out to people. Or, hey, click here to get a free market report or a free MCA. That's what even Gus was just talking about that previously right there. You could target geo leads right now with a paid strategy. You want to target neighborhoods of any home that you list with a video saying, hey, 123 Main Street, my new listing, this home is for sale. If you know anybody who wants to move in the area, tag them in the comments and I will reach out. Then pull a list of 500 or 1,000 of the closest homes geographically in proximity to your listing, upload those and target those people with an ad, driving them to share referrals with you. Here's another thing about human connection. We want to create connection. We want to create conversations, belly to belly, toe to toe, face to face, whatever term you like. We want to get in front of people with real conversations. You want to call your lead stack. You want to call the people that you prospect to on a regular basis 3 to 5 days per week. You should have proactive outreach that is focused on generating new business from new clients 3 to 5 days per week. It could look like this. Let me call the brand new expireds in my marketplace today. I'm going to call 5 of my past clients. I'm going to call old expireds or other hot leads that I'm getting from other sources. I'm going to call my FSBOs. Maybe you reach out to a family member that's local in the area. Hey, do you know anybody looking to buy or sell right now? And then fill out the rest of your time prospecting to geo leads. So again, you guys, this is what that listing strategy looks like, built upon a foundation of targeting the right people. You want to have paid ads. You want to have organic social media. You want to have your offline advertising. Don't give up on those things. They make a big, big difference. And you want to have proactive outreach. These lead to those belly-to-belly, face-to-face conversations that ultimately lead to a consistent flow of listings, regardless of what the market conditions look like. So a few things here. Here's how RedX can help you. We provide you with all of these lead types and more that I've talked about today. Expireds, geo leads. Geo leads is the neighborhood search. Gus just gave away a bunch of cool things, including some scripts for circle prospecting. The geo leads is awesome, and 2 lucky people are going to walk away here today with a free 30-day subscription. And if you're already a user, I'll just tack 30 days on to you there. FSBOs for rent by owners and the pre-foreclosures. Here's a glimpse of what Vortex looks like. If you're not already using Vortex, this is our lead management platform. It's not meant to replace your CRM. It's meant to supplement it. You want to keep your leads and your contacts in different locations because we communicate differently with those types of people. We have our Ad Builder product, which I'm not going to demo, but Ad Builder is a simple tool that allows you not only to create the ad that you're going to post onto Facebook and Instagram following that exercise that I took you through a few minutes ago, but also target the right people. That way you can say, here's an ad that I'm going to use to target FSBOs, and then go click of a button, upload my FSBOs to Facebook and Instagram, and maintain that group as a custom audience automatically. An ad builder does that for you. It's so simple to create the ad. You simply plug in all of the things from that exercise we went through right there into the ad and simply create that and post it. And if you want help creating your organic social media content online, RedX does that as well. We'll do everything from editing and formatting and adding your B-roll and custom backgrounds and text and hashtag research. We'll do it all for you if you choose to have us do that as well. We even give you AI and marketing cultivated scripts. So if you go, hey, I need to create a video and I don't know what, just plug in an idea right into AI and we'll generate a script for you right there on the spot. Super, super cool. We'll even teleprompt for you as you hit record on your screen, either on your laptop or the mobile device where you have our app. Makes it super, super simple for you to create great content, and then we will turn it into a professionally produced production to get out to the audiences that you're looking for. You'll be able to see where everything is, where it's all out, and whether or not we're posting it for you. It's going to be out there. We'll even post it. If you want to upgrade, we'll post it for you and manage your social media strategy for you. There's some amazing things that we do here. Holy cow. I think I went 2 minutes over, Tristan, but we cranked through that.
We have people in the chat. We have people in the chat that answered my question in the chat. What were your takeaways? So Sandra, in case if you're looking, pick a winner or pick two winners. But yeah, we're 2 minutes over, so we gotta jump. But who's coming up next?
Well, you've got Randy. Tyler, do you know
It's
Randy
me.
at Rooster?
I don't know, Randy. It's great to meet you, Randy.
Hey, Tyler, what's going on, sir?
Oh, living the dream.
That's LTD, one day at a time.
Tyler, before you go, can you send those over to us, those slides? Because those were highly in demand. And if not, just send us like the 3 or 4 that you think are amazing for us.
You got it. I will get it over to you.
Thanks, man. I appreciate you.
Thanks, guys. Great to be here today.
Thanks
Killer
for doing
presentation, Tyler.
Thank you. See you guys.
I was, dude. What's up, Randy?
Oh man, just enjoying beach life. I haven't seen you in a while, Nick. What's good in your world?
Hey man, things are good. I'm lots of good things. We could talk about that, or we could talk about Rooster. You let me know.
I am here to educate today. I'm excited about this because I think if you could real quick give me a screen share permissions, that would be super lovely.
And then you can
I'm excited about this.
You can explain to us why there's a baby behind you throwing or holding money.
Well, first of all, let me point out my favorite detail is it's both American dollars and euros. So this guy is a world traveler, not just US dollar bills, but euros. And I will tell you exactly why this is here, because it gets people's attention. You know what doesn't get people's attention? A boring list of features of what your product does. So you're paying attention to the baby, but you wouldn't care if I had something else on here.
Jake says that's you as a baby. That's
Jake,
good. I hadn't heard that one. Yeah,
I was blonde as could be as a baby, but not a single blonde hair on my head now.
Dude, well, welcome to the show. You're wrapping this up, and you're the only one that doesn't have a gift. Damn it! So.
Oh no, I do have a gift. That's not true.
You do? Oh, what is it?
I'm gonna wait until the end.
Yeah, wait until the end. Hey, go ahead.
I'm gonna wait until the end because it may not be the best gift by traditional standards, but I can guarantee you it will be the most unique gift that has never been given away ever before on Lab Coat Agents.
Oh, okay. All right, you've got our attention. Go.
Excellent. So yeah, like I said before, I'm here to talk about consumer trends because they matter, because real estate is a contact sport, and I'll elaborate more, even though we've all heard that before. Ultimately, what I want to talk about today is meeting clients where they are, right? Going to the place that your clients are going to be. I think we're all familiar, and if you're not, look it up, the Wayne Gretzky quote. He was so good because he didn't go where the puck was, he anticipated where the puck was going to be, and he would skate there. So he was always one step ahead of all the other players, because he was very talented at anticipating where the world is going, right? Or where the puck is going. And what I want to talk about today is, where are your clients going? Where are your buyers and sellers and homeowners and prospects, and where are they digitally, and how can we engage with them? So that's the topic for today.
Let's go, man. Take us where you want to take us.
Absolutely. So where are they? Where are consumers today? Globally, it's pretty evident. And if you've ever been in public in the last decade, you've seen people are glued to their pocket computers. People love their phones. You can see just under 57% of all online traffic this year has been through a mobile device. Your consumers are consuming information through their phones. And the uptrend here has been pretty aggressive. You can see, just going back a decade ago, consumers were only using their phone 17% of the time for online traffic, right? But this has grown aggressively. I think we took a little bit of a dip so far this year, just because less and less of the world is locked down on COVID. But what I will show you in this very next slide is the United States, particularly, is more obsessed with their mobile device than the rest of the world. The United States is obsessed. Just under 68% of all online traffic comes from the mobile device. And this is information, actually, if y'all don't know me, I know Nick and Tristan does, but for those of y'all watching that we've never interacted before, one, thank you for being here. Two, my background in the real estate space is working for a few other companies that were more deliberately involved in online advertising. And we knew years and years ago that online advertising, mobile advertising, would generate leads at a lower cost per lead than desktop-based advertising. So ultimately, this has been a very evident trend, and this is where all your people are. So it's important to be aware.
Look, you're not going to mention it, but we met Randy when he worked at Sync, and then he switched over to Chime, which we had earlier on, and now he's with Rooster. And towards some part of this presentation, you'll see what Rooster is. But dude, I love this so far. I love stats and numbers, so this is good to see.
Yeah, stats and numbers are my favorite thing. So if you're not a stats and numbers person, I'll try to weave in some stories. But ultimately, this is really undeniable. So my point before is, I'm here to educate y'all today, and I'll give you the quick TLDR on Rooster at the very end. But I want y'all to walk away knowing more than what you knew before you joined us. So 68% of people are on their phones, and to weave in a story right now, think about this. When people are watching Netflix, are they watching Netflix or on their phone scrolling through social media with Netflix on in the background? When people are laying in bed before they go to sleep at night, do they whip out their laptop for one last scroll, or do they pull their phones out, right? Yeah. It's terrible. At the dinner table, you got to get people to put their phones away. When you go out in restaurants, people are just glued. It'd probably be a really good job to get into is working on backs and eyes, because everyone's hunched over with their phone right here. So if real estate doesn't work out for y'all, that's my recommendation for the next budding industry. But why? What is it about the app? What is it about phones that are so addictive? And ultimately, it's convenience and our gluttony towards convenience. Mobile internet access, right? Telephones are not new, right? People have had cell phones for a really long time. My first cell phone had a flashlight built into it, and I thought I was the coolest kid on the block.
That's funny.
But with the advent of smartphones and internet access, people are obsessed with the convenience that comes with having things on your phone, browsing the internet, mobile banking. I don't think people realize how big of a deal mobile banking is. Back before the last several months where we had the banks collapse, the last bank collapse that we had happen took several weeks. So I think it was like the Bank of Washington or something. I can't remember the exact name of it, but it took 2 weeks for that bank to collapse because mobile banking didn't exist. For First Republic, for Silicon Valley Bank, all of these banks that collapsed, it took a matter of hours. Why? Because people were terrified that they were going to lose their money. They pulled up their phone app, and they switched it to one of the big four, right? So mobile banking is wildly convenient. Social media, wildly convenient, right? The infinite scroll that comes with social media.
That's
Maps.
true.
Who gets in the car today knows exactly where they're going, but puts the location in a GPS app just in case. I do. I may know exactly where I'm going, but I pull Waze up because Waze is awesome with Nancy does. Thank you, Nancy. I appreciate your honesty. I know more people do here. But Waze is going to tell me if there's going to be traffic, and it will give me alternate suggestions. I know all of the various ways to get where I'm going, but I don't know if there's going to be traffic or not. But my pocket computer does. Food delivery, right? During COVID, Uber Eats became profitable. Why? Not because they offered good deals, right? They price gouge you. If you compare the menu price to the Uber Eats price, they're going to charge you double for the same thing. But you can sit there on your phone, on your couch, and get your favorite Thai meal delivered to you and not just have to do delivery pizza. So there's all forms of messaging apps. Oh, excuse me. Instacart, there you go. Carla loved Instacart, right? There's an Uber Eats, Instacart. How many are there? I mean, there's an infinite number of places, of ways that you can order your food. Heck, I order my groceries on through an app on my phone now, right? Messaging platforms. You've got WhatsApp, you've got GroupMe, you've got Instagram Messenger, you've got Facebook Messenger, all that good stuff. And then email, of course, everyone knows what email is, and it's all conveniently done from your phone. And this convenience, really what I'm getting at here, why does the convenience matter? The convenience matters because it drives engagement, and you need engagement. Why do you have a property search website in your business? Is it because you like to look on your website, or is it because people engage there? And now that this person has come to my website, I'm going to call them. This person has not come to my website in a long time, I'm going to mass text them, right? You want engagement. Whether or not you know it, you want the data that comes with this engagement. And mobile apps have higher engagement rates than websites. They have higher engagement rates than even mobile-friendly websites, right? So the convenience drives the engagement that you are looking for. You are looking for it because it drives the data, and the data gives you informed decision-making on your follow-up. When you're in your Chime CRM, your Sync CRM, your Sierra, your follow-up boss, any of these CRMs, you are trying to drive engagement, you are trying to gather data, and you are trying to make informed decisions based off of that engagement. And just to give you an idea, right, of the time commitment people are making, is the average adult is committing 3.1 hours a day consuming digital media on their phone. That's over 10% of their day. That's probably 20% of their waking hours. So ultimately, that's 69% of their total media time. And I want you all to remember these statistics. Yeah, that is a ton.
One of the questions is going to be a statistics number.
Yes, it is. Yes, it
Those
is.
terrible.
So
I lost.
if you want to win the coolest prize ever given away on LCA that has never been given away before, then you're going to want to remember some of these statistics. That's all I can say about that.
It's so good.
And the secret sauce here, why is it? Why is it, right? So first we introduced the smartphone. Then we had mobile friendly websites. Then we had native apps. How do you choose between the 80 different apps you have downloaded on your phone on average, right? The average person has, Marco, we can call it a game changer.
Oh, you weren't
the
on
secrets-
earlier when everybody game changer was like the word that everybody used.
Oh,
for their
dude, you
product.
missed that game changer.
That was the word of the day.
That was the
Yeah.
word of the day, the word of the week.
Oh, I failed y'all. Well, I was actually trying to make a Super Troopers reference out of this, but I couldn't figure it out without it just being really, really bad. So I went with secret sauce. But now that everyone has figured out mobile friendly websites matter, the average person has 80 apps on their phone. The average person uses 40 of those per month, right? Ultimately, how do you, through a sea of engagement, how do you stick out, right? Everyone here, whether they like it or not, is subscribed to an unlimited number of spam text campaigns. I get one text a day from a new number every day that tells me that President Trump has sent me a private message.
Hey, I never get private messages from President Trump.
I don't know why. I don't know why, but apparently that is the campaign that I've been subscribed to, right?
Weird.
So I get, and I saw I was with Ricardo the other week at Inman. He showed me that he had 1,000 unread text messages on his phone.
Dude.
1,000 unread text. You know, the odds of him going through and reading all of those is actually zero, absolute zero, right? No, nobody would. I thought I had a lot because I had 200. So ultimately, how do you get above all of these competitors, right? And it's the push notifications. Push notifications are the secret sauce here. I know everyone here can read. Game changer for sure. There's no question about it, right? And so ultimately, I'm not going to read this to y'all. I know that we're all adults, but push notifications get higher engagement. You can see push notifications open rate is 90% versus emails 23% open rate. I actually thought that was a little bit high. I know specifically in real estate, open rates for property emails are higher than the average, right? So 23% can be right on track. But when you talk about 2 out of 10 people opening your emails versus 9 out of 10 engaging with your notifications, what would it mean? Just think about your business right now. What would it mean if 9 out of 10 people engage with you instead of 2 out of 10? Like, that's a very real material number that can change the business. Lower spam rates, right? Karen called it out. I get those private messages from Trump because I'm on some spam list. Push notifications you don't get spam push notifications. You download an app because you specifically wanted that app and you want the messaging from it. Does that make sense? Right?
Totally.
I didn't accidentally download an app that I didn't want, but I might have accidentally put my phone number in a form because I wanted something else and it tricked me. And now 3/4 of all my text messages are spam. And we're all familiar with this: reply, stop to cancel. If you have a mass texting service, because of the laws and regulations involved with protecting consumers, you're going to fill out your message of what you want the program to say, and legally they're going to have to add reply stop to cancel or reply stop to unsubscribe at the bottom of it. And that looks like a bot. It doesn't look like a legitimate person intentionally decided to send me this specific message, right? But a push notification doesn't get sent on accident. It doesn't look like a bot. And it's ultimately something that people have already shown a desire and indication to interact with. And the thing is, you cannot send push notifications if you don't have a mobile app downloaded. You can't. You can't do it from a mobile-friendly website. You can't do it from any other technology. The only technology that allows you to send push notifications will be native mobile apps. So welcome to the attention economy. You may have not heard this word before. If you haven't, please Google it. Next time you're scrolling through Instagram, stop, wait, remember, Randy from Rooster told me to Google, what is the attention economy? This is what we're dealing with. Specifically, it became popularized by social media, right? Instagram, Facebook, the app formerly known as Twitter, TikTok, they all want your attention. You don't have to pay to use them. You don't have to pay to use most services. But ultimately, they're all vying for your attention, because attention in the 21st century, 22nd century, whatever we're in by now, attention is a scarce resource, and a person only has so much of it. So you may not be selling the same products. You aren't, right? You are a service, you're a real estate expert, you're a professional, a guide to help someone buy and sell their home. But ultimately, that person can only invest so much attention. I have 24 hours of my day. I have 3 hours of my day that I'm on my phone looking at things. Even if I want to buy and sell, if my attention is getting sucked up by something else, I can't afford to pay it to you. Just like with Rooster, we don't compete with RedX at all. In fact, I thought that presentation was phenomenal. I screen shared, I captured, I did a little screenshot of several different of those screens because I want to share them with some people. But RedX is not free and Rooster is not free. We don't compete with each other at all, but you only have so much money, so you can only pay for one or pay for the other. And attention works in the exact same way. Does that make sense?
Totally, dude.
I may want to. I want to buy and sell my home, but if my attention is getting sucked away from you, I'm going to give it to what's providing me more valuable information, or at least catching me at the right moment. So you're not competing with just other agents. You're competing with literally everyone else in the world for your consumers' attention, and you have to find ways to get their attention, or else somebody else will. So the attention economy is totally fascinating, and we could spend way more time on this, but I just wanted to introduce this concept, and you now know where you can find people's attention. And real estate is a contact sport, but it's more than that. People have heard this before. I by no means came up with this. It's a great analogy. I was a football player, so this really rang home with me. Real estate is a contact sport, but this is my twist on it. I want to take it a step further with you. In contact sports, there are penalties, and you have to know about these penalties in order to actually play these sports. In football, my sport, if I hit a wide receiver too soon, before the ball got there, it's a penalty. If I hit the quarterback after he's thrown the ball, it becomes a penalty, right? And in this contact sport of real estate, there are penalties for contacting someone too soon, and there are penalties for contacting someone too late. If you contact them too soon, then they're not ready to go, they're not ready to buy, and now you have to contact them again when they are, or sell, right? If you contact them too late, they've already transacted. So timing is a part of a contact sport. So you're not only responsible for getting in touch with people, but getting in touch with them at the right time. How do you do that? You track, you get their attention, you track their activity, and you engage with them when they are at their peak activity levels. So ultimately, I'm not going to go nearly as long as Red X because I'm not as well spoken, but that is a primer on consumer trends, the attention economy, and what you need to do. Rooster, how do we help you with that? We build VIP client portals. We build native mobile applications that can also be accessed on your desktop. But these are native mobile apps that are white labeled to you and your business. So it's not the Rooster app that you're sharing with your client because we don't have any brand value, right? And this is an important concept too. The consumer does not know who Rooster is. They do not care who Rooster is, and that's fine. That's not our interest. But they do know that your client does know Nick. The client does know Tristan. They know you, right? They know Karen and everyone else on this call today. When you invite them to download your client portal, it's so much more than just another real estate app. It's, hey, this is my VIP client portal. This is the best way to search for homes because I had it built specifically for our market. It's the easiest way to get in touch with me directly because of the in-app messaging. If you need to get your home value, you can find that there as well. And any of the vendors you're going to need for this transaction, you can find it directly inside the portal. You don't need to go to Google. You don't need to go to Angie's List. You can find them there, whether it's financing, insurance, inspection, whether it's a contractor, electrician, a plumber. You as the Rooster client get to plug in your very own specific vendors that you recommend so that you are building out your very own Nick Baldwin's Angie's List. So you are able to convert more clients that you speak with on the front end, and you are able to retain more clients on the back end because you are offering a way to maintain their attention and drive engagement pre and post transaction. So if you're interested in learning more, doing a demo, by all means, check us out, rooster.com, RUUSTER.com. And that's the quick little primer on Rooster.
All right, dude. Well, let me show you back end really quick integration with Follow Up Boss so people can kind of visualize.
Oh yeah, this is bonus content.
Yeah, this is you. This is Randy. What's up, Randy?
What's up?
And then it's built in to Follow Up Boss over here on my right. So I have full MLS search right here. I can search for properties. I'm in Malibu, so I can search for properties here. I can do map view. I can do save search. I can simply go back and remember, this is my view as the actual agent. I can see all the client activity really quick. I can message him. I can do everything I want from here. And on top of that, there's a lot of other things you can do. But what he was talking about, I can invite the client if he wasn't invited yet. If I were to go back to, let's say, a new client we've got, let's go to Blanca Johnson. We haven't invited her right here, but we certainly can, right? So that's how that works on the back end of everything. When you have access to this, you can also build out a whole list of vendors. So one of the ways we're using it is we're charging our vendors to belong to our app. So in essence, we're making money from the app. Sorry, Randy, we're making money from the
No,
app.
please do. I suggest it. I've got one more thing. You keep
Go
going,
ahead.
and then I have our giveaway to announce.
Okay, and then the other piece to this is now because we have all of our vendors on here, electrician, plumber, these are our top people, lender, whoever it is. Now the call sounds a lot different to our database, our CoreSphere, CorePass clients. Hey, Randy, it's Tristan. Listen, I just finished handing out a great plumber to Nick, and I was thinking of you. I'm going to send you over a link to our app. This way, if you have any questions about who to use locally, it's all right there for you. All right. I'm going to text it over to you right now. And that's how it works. So Randy, that's what we're building out.
No, I love it. I think that's really crucial. When you're talking about keeping your homeowners' attention post-transaction, what's important to them? Needing a plumber when they need one, needing an electrician when they need one, needing a locksmith. By putting that into the Tristan and Associates app, they can pop open the app when they need it, and they will need it, but they don't know when. I didn't know I was going to lock myself out of my house today, but now I'm panicking and I don't want to call a stranger.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Oh,
You
shit.
know, and no one does. No one ever plans on actually locking themselves out of their home. But when they do, their only course of action is calling a stranger they found on Google to come break open their house for them, right?
Good
But
luck,
rather than calling a
Randy.
stranger, I like Tristan. I trust Tristan's recommendations. I'll open up his app, go into his local service provider. Oh, he has a locksmith, Lisa Locksmith here. I'll call her directly from the app. And now Tristan gets notified that Randy was ill prepared and locked himself out of his house today. And now Tristan can call me and say, hey, did Lisa Locksmith answer the phone? Think about that experience. I mean, just think about the moment of panic that person is in when they're locked out of their house. They got a call from their agent asking, hey, are you okay? Did you get in touch with a locksmith? Do you need a ride somewhere? Can I be helpful? Can I send you an Uber? When before in the history of real estate have you ever had that experience? Or have you had the opportunity to give someone that experience? Ultimately, we want to help you own the client experience, and we think that goes a long way in doing it. So ultimately, find out more at rooster.com, RUUSTER.com, and be prepared for what is the first ever giveaway of its kind on
Yeah, I'm
LCA.
ready. We're ready.
Are you ready?
man. You ready?
Some people give away free leads. Some people give away free subscriptions. We give away food
What?
torches.
What?
If you want a beautifully
Oh my
charred
God.
steak or creme brulee, we have got the absolute
Cow.
giveaway for you.
I actually
my God.
want one.
It's for real, Randy?
This is kind of cool.
How many
dude.
are you giving? Is this
Wow.
even legal to give away?
We're not, propane is not included. Propane is not included. We're just giving away the vehicle for delivering the fire.
Plus, I mean, come on, it's like saying are knives illegal? You know, however you use them.
Yeah, knives aren't illegal. Cutco knives are the coolest closing gifts ever.
Right. Listen, I want to cook my chicken with this thing. When are you going to send it to my house?
I got to throw out the first question. The first question is, how many hours a day does the average adult spend consuming digital media on their phone? Mike, Todd, Mike, Ben. All right, we got our winners.
Wow, that was fast. Holy
that was
cow,
so
dude.
fast.
Woo. Okay. Well, okay. So how do you want to collect their information here? You want to get their email there and then email them, or what does that look like?
Yeah, if y'all, man, what's the easiest way to do this?
Probably
if you want
grab
to email me
right there. Actually, yeah, put your email and they'll email you right now.
Yeah. How do I do
Randy's
this?
going to put his email. Make sure to email Randy so he can send you a
subject line: food torch in all caps.
Food torch.
Oh my
Listen,
God.
if you won, I need an Instagram video on how you're using this.
Yes. See, this goes in perfectly in line with RedX's presentation of, I just got this new food torch. Look at this delicious creme brulee that I just melted after my lovely charred steak.
Listen,
Wow.
dude, you actually surprised me. I like it, and I didn't expect this one. This is kind of
It
cool.
should be branded with Rooster's logo in there.
It should.
If we can find a way to do that, we will.
This is so good. At least you're cooking a rooster. I see one there.
Randy's
Do you?
Randy
Oh, God.
from Facebook said Beth Kakara said, "Okay, never forgetting this presentation."
Yeah.
That's how you should end all of your presentations, Randy.
Hey, y'all! I told you it was going to be the first ever gift
Food
on
torch
LCA
giveaway?
of all time. First ever food torch. Y'all wouldn't
Karen,
forget this.
look at Karen's comment. Karen, that's funny.
That's why you can't use it to light candles. No, but you can use it to light like 9 candles at the same time.
Yeah.
All right, honey, I'm done. That's so
It
good.
was only fair. It was only fair to give a boring presentation like consumer trends, ending with a very exciting giveaway. So
That was awesome.
you know,
I'm glad.
I think
I'm glad
it balanced out.
3 people paid attention to this. Randy, thanks so much, man. Everyone, go visit Rooster, check them out. They integrate fully with Follow Up Boss. We've been with them since the very beginning, and we love them. So thank you so much, Randy. We appreciate you,
Love
buddy.
you. Yeah, thank you, Tristan. Thanks, Nick. We appreciate y'all.
See you, dude. Okay, well, it's dinner time here on the East Coast, so I'm gonna jump off. I
Time
gotta
to
go
eat.
pick up dinner. But
Have fun. What are you gonna get? Chicken?
no, well, yeah, but we're having, some Middle Eastern food, hummus and that type of stuff.
That torch would come in handy.
Well, I'm picking up the food. I'm not making it. I'm picking it up.
Okay.
It's this place called Pita Way.
Pita Way.
Delicious. Yeah,
Ooh,
it's like Subway, but with Middle Eastern food. Like you go down the line and like tell them what you want. It's really
Dude,
good.
I've never heard. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's
I
only
like
here in the Midwest.
I like that. All right,
So-
everyone. Thank you so much for jumping in. Really quick, give us a highlight for you, who you enjoyed listening to, or what you thought stood out for you as far as a lesson or something that you're going to apply. We had a great time. We were actually texting the team and saying we should probably do this 2 times a year because it's so easy. It fits into everything we do.
Yeah,
And as
100%.
market shifts. This is perfect. So yeah, we'll be going to FubCon. We'll see you there. And so give us your takeaways really quick so Nick can go and get some pita.
Yeah, I'm starving.
Pita Way? Pita Way? Is that what it was?
Pita Way, yeah.
Pita Way.
Awesome. Well, thanks everybody. That was awesome. Lots of information, lots of good technology to experiment with and check out.
Getting a lot of good stuff. I like that. Some good feedback, role playing.
And by the way, if you could do us a favor, jump onto the Lab Coat Agents Facebook page and leave a post saying how, whether you liked, tell us that you liked the event, and whoever missed it, missed out big time.
That's a great idea. That's a great way of creating FOMO. Thank you, everybody. Nick, awesome idea. Everyone, thank you for jumping in. Yes, you will get a recording of this to those that were here and those
Oh
that
my God, we
registered.
forgot to hit record. Just kidding, guys.
Actually, I had to look, dude. You got me on that one. I was like, what? No, we didn't. Oh, crap.
Yo, gang.
Thanks, everyone. Nick, have a great night, my friend.
All right, see ya.